All right, people, could I please have some? Thank you. First task of today, learn a new sign. I want to welcome, okay, that sounds horrible, but we can manage. Well, no, I don't know that one. Okay, I'll take this one. You're gonna have fun with that one. I want to welcome you to the National Assembly 3 of ESN Zurich and ESN Winterthur. Welcome to Ostend, this lovely hall that we're gonna have call our home for the next 2 days. And to start the day, I would like to give the stage to Jas, your lovely president, to open the National Assembly with his speech. Yes.
Okay. Is it working? Oh, perfect. Nice. Hello, everyone. Good morning. It's lovely to see new faces, older faces. It's lovely to see that mix again at NAs. I want to first of all thank you for coming. It's really, really cool to have so many people at our last NA of the mandate. It's going to be a great time, I can assure you. We have a long day, yes, but it's going to be very interesting, I guarantee it. First things first, I just want to say that we're experiencing kind of a heat wave at the moment. So please drink water during the day. I don't want anyone to suffer from dehydration. So yeah, please fill your bottle up as much as you need. You really need you to stay in the event and enjoy it as much as you can. So with that, I want to continue thanking you for the work that you've done this year because it's been remarkable. This year has been the year where we kind of went back to this normal setting that we had love in ESN, where we do everything physically, where we managed to be back with the students, have these interactions on a regular basis, either on a national or local level, and even international. So it's really, really cool, and we did a great job transitioning back to this physical event setting. And yeah, I can only thank you and congratulate you for all the work that you've done. And this year we faced many challenges, I would say. We faced many challenges, and I want to highlight one especially. It's the one with the war in Ukraine. A very big thought to our friends there, ESN, all those who are suffering. So yeah, they're still suffering because of the war, and I hope that this situation will be resolved soon. But this situation also allowed us to see that ESN really has an impact. It really has an impact on people's lives, because ESN does not only integrate students, but really pushes their state and showcases their needs to the people that need to hear it. And this is exactly what ESN did. And thanks to ESN, many people managed to escape, to get better conditions. And I cannot stress the work that we do in ESN is just remarkable. We help integrate students, we facilitate their lives while they're on mobility. We really have an impact on the outcome of their mobilities. They become mobility ambassadors, thanks partially to us, because they come to Switzerland, for example, and they feel at home, thanks to you, thanks to all your work. So again, thank you. But this is the impact that we have on people. ESN also has an impact on you on a personal level. It really allows you to create that network of friends from all over the world. And this is very valuable. It allows us to create a really cool atmosphere for volunteers. Lovely faces all around for NAs. This is amazing. I really love that. But it also allows you to find your passions and nurture them. I'm thinking, for example, of people who love a certain type of sports, and they later on like create an event from it, and they introduce that sport to other people, and then maybe other people find that passion. And this is exactly what we do in ESN. We share our passion with other people, and we meet like-minded people as well. So it's really cool. For me, it was environmental sustainability. I was able to voice it on all levels of ESN, and it really allowed me to develop these skills. And these skills will be helpful for me in the future, not only related to my passion, but also in general. ESN really allows you to build skills for a professional career. I'm thinking of one specific like job opportunity that I found a few weeks ago. I was reading through the requirements, and it was only skills that I gained through ESN. So just to tell you that these skills actually matter, and you have to see really the benefits that you get from really volunteering in ESN. So I can't stress that enough. ESN is the place to be. And yeah, welcome to this NA. I hope you'll have a good one.
Thank you very much, Yas. Next up, we have something very special. Juan, the international president of ESN, is gonna have a short speech for us. If Juan is hearing me, I meant it with short, but we were looking very much forward to it. Hello, my friend. Good morning.
Good morning. I know the short part. I see that there's concern.
Juan, we don't hear you yet. Give us a second.
Okay. Is it okay now? No?
We're not hearing you yet. Give us a second. How about it?
Hello? Can you read? I need to go. Now you hear me. Yes? Can you confirm if you hear me? I don't know. Okay. Okay, perfect. That was a bit confusing. Well, good morning, everybody. It's very nice to see MT chairing another MP. I think it has become a common practice now, but that's actually super good. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you so much, Jas and ESN Switzerland, for the invitation. It's a bit early, but it's so nice to address an MP, and especially the Swiss MP, that I'm actually quite happy, you know, that I wake up a bit earlier compared to my Spanish standards and join you today. And especially because I knew that this was a very important MP in which you are going to be closing the year. You are going to be discussing a lot of very important things for ESN Switzerland, like the new 3-year strategy. So I really didn't want to miss the opportunity of joining for a couple of minutes and saying a couple of things. I promise I'm going to be very short. And also connecting to all the things that my friend, okay, now I can see the people. That's fantastic. Very, very good. Well, for those who don't know me, who's probably the majority of you, I'm Juan, come from Spain, I'm 27, and I'm the current president of ESN International until July 2023. And I live here in Brussels, where we have the headquarters of ESN. And I came here to talk a bit also about why this year in ESN was so special, and also why your work in ESN is so special, and the idea of community that we have in our organization, it's so key for what we do. And now that we are closing the year also here in Brussels, and we're trying to think about what comes next and what are the things that we have learned this year, I keep on thinking about 2021 when I was national president of ESN Spain. So basically the same role that my friend Jazz has now, but in ESN Spain. And I was there stuck at home in my home in Granada where I was studying. And I kept on getting these calls from journalists, right? Like about asking about the pandemic. And they would ask all these questions. And the last one would always be, do you think that student mobility is ever going to recover after this? Because, we are thinking and we're hearing that students will be afraid and they will never want to travel again. They will stay at home, etc. And, like at the beginning, I was saying, of course, what do you mean? But I got so many questions, they started to actually hesitate. But at the end, when it was coming to an end, the first lockdown, I started to think more about it. And I thought, no, of course, that people will continue going on mobility, because what makes mobility unique, it's the idea of being part of something bigger, challenging who you are, etc. And there is no way to replicate it. And if anything, what is going to happen is that students are going to value it even more. Students are going to understand how important that can be for their professional development. But of course, I also wonder whether ESN would be ready across Europe to respond to that, to really channel that energy and make sure that mobility revamps, that students feel safe, comfortable to go abroad all over Europe and all over the world. And what I think was absolutely key for us to achieve this year, which is exactly what you have achieved with all the activities that you have done, what we have achieved across the network, it's how much we have reflected on the idea of being a community, on the idea that ESN and ESN Switzerland is not just a group of isolated sections from different parts of the country that do completely different things and just share a name, but there is something that bonds us together, that we know we can rely on each other, we can come together and learn, we can look for help, we can look for friendship, we can look for support, and that will make us stronger. Before the pandemic, I was many times thinking, going to all these events and national platforms, etc. Maybe we like to meet a bit too much in ESN. Maybe we're doing too many meetings, but actually then I realized how important events like this National Assembly in which you are at the moment are. Precisely because it's in these events which you will create the connections that will allow you to do better what you like the most, supporting international students, what makes ESN unique. So this is why, especially for all of those who are attending your first national platform, I want to tell you, be extremely active, try to take the most out of it, create connections, and really understand that whatever happens in this organization, whatever we are able to do, also belongs to you. Regardless of whether you're a new local volunteer, regardless of whether you have been in ESN for 2 months and you do small activities in your local section, that is what makes ESN strong, and that is what makes ESN unique. That in ESN, regardless of your position, regardless of the country you're from, regardless of whether you're in the national level, in the local level, the international level, in whatever level, you are part of a structure that only works if we believe that we have the same purpose. So this is what I want you to understand for this National Assembly, especially as you discuss the future of ESN Switzerland, with the ideas that you want to become a reality in the next 3 years. That those ideas might seem like a piece of paper now, like a Word document that you read, like a couple of days ago coming to the MP, but it's going to be you making them a reality, organizing your activities, having your discussions in your local boards, with your local stakeholders, with your international students. And that is what will help to make ESN Switzerland better and ESN at large better. The willingness to try something new, something bigger. I think that this year I've also learned a lot thanks to the concrete places they have the opportunity to attend. One of them being, by the way, the fantastic MBT that many of you organized. And the reason why I like that MBT so much was precisely because of that, because what I saw is one of the most diverse countries that we have in ESN, which is ESN Switzerland, with volunteers from 10 different countries coming together in the middle of the mountains to do something for the rest of the network, to dedicating time to even cook delicious food, by the way, very important to say, to make sure that we continue developing as an organization. And then once again, when we went to Porto, I also saw the Swiss delegation, one of the biggest delegations, once again, one of the most diverse, with local students, students from neighboring countries, students from other continents, coming together as volunteers to try to learn from others and to try to improve our network. So that is kind of my personal request for you, especially as you have these discussions and also as you enter in a more vacation mode, I hope, in which you have time to, like rest a bit during the summer. Remember that this network has so many things to offer you. There are so many ways in which you can benefit while you make an impact, in which you can have fun while you learn. So I just wanted to say that. Thank you so much for having me today. Thank you so much for doing what you do. And I hope we'll be able to meet very soon in person. Take care and see you soon. Enjoy the MP. Bye-bye.
Thank you. I don't know. I don't know if Juan still can hear me, but thank you very much for the lovely speech. He can't? No. I still thank him. Okay, so next up, we're gonna have the rules of the NA in general and the rules of the game, as we call it. Anyways, okay, so the rules of the game. Most of you most likely know it already. For the newcomers here, we are supposed to engage in discussion here. So you're gonna hear presentations, and then you are encouraged to ask questions and voice your opinions. So to know what kind of regard you have with raising your hands, we have a few signals that I would like you to stick to make my job and everyone else's job easier. So first of all, if you have a question, please raise your hand, like the whole hand. If you have a reaction to something someone said, please raise 2 fingers. And if you have a procedural comment, so something that has to do with whatever we are doing here right now, but nothing with the content of what has been said, raise 1 finger. And I will call you out on that. If you are not doing it wrong, you're not going to be added to the speakers list, because otherwise it's not going to work. I'm sorry to be strict here, but that's just how we need to do it. Also, if you've been mentioned in a reaction, like with your name, you can skip the line and react right away. And follow-up questions are only for people who are asking that question, not for anyone who has a follow-up to that question. Also, if you have several questions to someone who's presenting, you do 1 at a time and be added to the speakers list again. Also, yeah, that was nice. Please wait for me to call your name. I will try to call your names if I'm not managing, because I don't know all of you yet. I'm sorry, but I will learn. Next one. Yes. When you speak, please, and I can't encourage that enough, please mention your name and section first. It makes Rita's job so much more easy for the minutes. And also, it's always nice to know who exactly is speaking, since you're going to be staying in the rows. And as I said, yes, we will call you out of it. So if you don't mention your name and section, I will interrupt you and ask you to do it. Be clear and concise in your questions and answers. Don't try to not repeat yourself to make it more efficient and quick. And yeah, as I said, 1 question at a time per person. And yeah, if you want to add something, you will be added at the end of the speakers list. Others than that, we already practiced that in the morning. If someone starts raising both of their hands, it means silence. So you just skip in, also raise both of your hands, and please stop talking while you're doing that. I always love it when people raise their hands and continue talking. Doesn't really kind of take the sense out of the sign. And as you already did it, the applause thing is with shaking your hands, like silent agreeing. All right. Next up, we have the introduction of the CT and the OC. Or not? Wait. Okay. All right. Then voting rules first. Also fine. Fine by me. Voting rules. Every section that is present has one vote. You should have all your voting devices. Is there someone who doesn't have, who is the vote delegate and doesn't have the voting device yet? Because that would be not so good. Doesn't seem like it. That's nice. Yes. All right, perfect. We have, for all the votes, we have simple majority if not stated otherwise. And every vote that is on a person will be done secretly. Everything else will be in the plenary. Then the next thing is the code of conduct. The code of conduct sets rules in place to make all of our lives easier and to engage with each other in a respectful and caring way. I think I don't have to read out what's on the slide, and you all know about the code of conduct that you have in place in EAS in Switzerland. So please be respectful with each other, let each other talk, don't interrupt each other, and be friendly with each other. Yeah, everyone who is participating in this NA is agreeing to the code of conduct. So please act accordingly. And in case someone identifies a violation of the code of conduct in any ways, I think I speak for them as well if I say that you can approach them. If you would like to have someone outside of your NO, you can also approach me and we'll try to find a solution for that. It's up to you. Same with the OC. If someone wants to mention something, I think those are the three parties that you can tend to. All right, now we can introduce each other. So, hi, I'm Maritza Rees. I'm currently national president of EAS in Austria in my second mandate. Please call me MT. It makes everyone's life much easier and it's also shorter. And I'm really happy to be your main chair for this NA. You want to continue?
Hi, Rita from ESN Geneva. I'll be vice chair, so taking the minutes. And I remind you, so please say your name and section when you speak. That will make my job very much easier.
I turned it off.
Hi, I'm Juan. I'm gonna be the technical chair. Anything that happens, anything that you see, just tell me. If you can check in the stream time to time if the audio is working, will be really helpful for me. Thank you.
All right, and then we have our lovely OC that made this beautiful event happening. Could we have someone from the OC introducing you? Dani, come on, come up to the stage. Take your applause. You deserve it.
Yeah, so thank you, everybody. That's me. I don't know whether other members of the OC are here, but they're an awesome group. So there's Nicola from Winterthur. Then there's Bianca, who's not here yet. She's awesome. Like, I can tell you. If some of you have been to the city tour, that's her. Then we have Marco, our food responsible. Big shout out to him. Really, he does an awesome job. Then we have Simona, who helps with everything a bit, but she was mainly responsible for the venues. Then Dana, our treasurer, together with Nicola. And then we have Jeanette, who has the car, basically. Yeah. You won't see all of them for the whole weekend. So yes, and Winterthur will be completely gone by tomorrow. I can tell you this. Yeah. But than that, we're happy to have you. If you have anything regarding food or if you need anything, please just come to us. One more thing, sorry, and then I'm done. There's Laura over there. Big shout out to her as well. Can you come? Yeah, exactly. So if you need coffee, please ask her, okay? We're being serious. Like, it breaks a bit shorter, and like that's her shift basically. So if you need coffee or anything, just ask her, okay? She'll be around here. So
Thank you very much. One more applause for the OC, please. All right, so now it's getting serious. we are having the first quorum check of this event. For everyone who didn't do that yet, the quorum check is to know whether every section that is supposed to have a vote is here, so we can actually vote. And if we don't reach quorum, we're gonna handle that if that happens. I hope it doesn't. So for everyone who is a vote delegate, please have your voting devices ready. You're gonna see the question here. I'm gonna read it out to you, as well as every single option to answer. And as soon as you agree with the statement that's been read out, please hold up your voting devices. And I don't mean like that. I mean like stretched arm really high so I can really see it. Could everyone do that for me for a second? Hold up your voting devices really high. Really high, thank you. So I can see it, it makes everything easier to count. Thank you very much. You can lower the devices again. So first quorum check question. We need a quorum to be able to elect. That's the problem. It's a bad situation. Okay, please. All right, so quorum check. The quorum check question is, have you been to a festival before this weekend? The answers are, or the possible answers are yes, no, and abstain. So everyone who's voting yes, please raise your voting devices now. Did anyone else vote? So we have 12 for yes. Is there anyone who says no? 1 for no. Abstain? 1 for abstain. All right, thank you very much. And if I'm not completely mistaken, we reach quorum. So applause to us. Amazing. So next up, we're gonna have the election of the scrutinizers. So I would ask two people to volunteer for scrutinizers. Yes, everyone who's holding a vote or being elected on. Yes. We have one. Also no national level, please. And Niels, perfect. So would you come to the front, please? Silent applause for them as well. Thank you. Amazing. So could you just edit the presentation real quick? All right. We edit afterwards. So could you tell me your names again? All right. So second question of today. Do you accept Serena and Niels as scrutinizers for this event? Yes, no, abstain. Everyone who's for yes, please raise your voting devices now. Anyone else? 14 yes votes. Anyone is voting no? No. Everyone is voting abstain? No. And I'm not that bad in math, I just have to do it. So thank you very much. You've been elected as our scrutinizers. Amazing. Thanks for helping out. All right. Next up, so much voting already in the morning. The next thing is that you have to approve the chairing team. So those lovely people here next to me-ish. So do you approve the CT, which stands for chairing team? Yes, no, abstain. Everyone who's for yes, please raise your voting devices now. I have 14. Okay, 14 yes votes. Dani, you want to say something? Do you have a procedural? Okay, 14 yes votes. No, anyone? 0 no votes. Abstain, anyone, sorry. Anyone? No, no abstain, 0 abstains. Nice, congratulations, Juan and Rita. All right, next up, we're gonna vote on the agenda, but first we want to inform you that there have been a few necessary changes in the agenda that you have had sent out by us earlier this week. I just sent out the revised version today in the morning. One of the things that we switched was a slot of the presentation for a communications manager to today before noon. So instead of afternoons before noon, and to exchange the external presentation with the future of national events on Sunday. So considering those changes, we're asking you now to approve the agenda. So do you approve the agenda of NA3? The options are wait, yes, no, and abstain. If you vote for yes, please raise your voting devices now. Okay. 14 yes votes. Anyone who's voting no, you need to lower your voting device, please. Thank you. Anyone who's voting no? 0 no votes. Abstain? 0 abstain votes. Nice. Agenda has been approved. Thank you very much. All right, then next up, we're gonna have the minutes of NA2 from Neuchâtel. Since you all read the minutes and you all exactly know what I'm talking about, this won't be a matter of for long. So do you approve the minutes of sorry.
Yes, just to be transparent, after we sent out the minutes, we actually found a really, really small mistake. There's one time when we actually name Alex, who is the section manager, as the NEM. So if you think this is a major mistake that we need to change, we can do an amendment for it. But if not, we would vote for it now as it is and leave this little mistake in it, if that's okay.
Are there any comments, procedurals? No, very nice. Thank you for that. I might not should say that, but that's okay. Do you approve the minutes of NA2 Neuchâtel? The options are yes, no, and abstain. Please raise your voting devices for yes now. 12 yes votes. Thank you. No now. Okay, 1 no vote. Abstains. 1 abstain. Thank you very much. The minutes have been approved. All right, which already brings us to the next fun point of today. And since I asked you before to all bring your flags, I would like to OC to take over to tell us where to assemble for the group picture.
So basically step outside.
All right, so basically step outside. We'll see each other in 10 minutes. Everyone, please sit down. There's gonna be plenty of time to get coffee and snacks, but right now we would need to continue, please. Also, if I could ask you to not run in front of the table where Juan and Laura are sitting, because there's the camera for the live stream. And as soon as someone runs in front of it, everyone's seeing it, like all over the internet, all over YouTube. In case you want to be a star, do it, but other than that. Thank you very much. So next up, we're gonna have the double track. So the introduction to the double track is in one room, we're gonna have an introduction to ESN, which is mostly for newbies or people who are not that long in ESN. But for everyone else who already knows the deal with ESN, and also for the vote holders, most likely, if you're a newbie holding the vote, we will find its solution. But for the ones who are voting, the other room will be having the budget report, the budget amendments, and the financial audit report, which sounds incredibly fun, and I'm very much looking forward to that. So if you could, someone from the OC, I guess, could tell me where the people for the newbie introduction or introduction to ESN should go, that would be awesome. Then I could announce it to our lovely participants here. Did someone listen to me? No? Never mind. All right, so people for introduction to ESN will follow, if I'm correct, Dana, sorry, Dana and Alex. Everyone who's new and wants to learn more about ESN, please follow Dana and Alex to the venue, and we'll see each other again in an hour. Dana, did you hear that? An hour. Yes, 1 hour, we're back here. Please. And in case, is there some, please, first, one more second, people. Is there a newbie who's the vote holder and the only person from their section present? Is there someone that all of these criteria apply to? No. All right, then never mind. All right, then for everyone else, take your seats, brace yourself, and I would ask your lovely treasurer, Elena, that I didn't greet yet. Hi, dear, it's nice to see you. To the front to do the budget reports.
Hello, everyone. I will start. I have a couple of things to say. So the first one is a really short budget amendment that I will show you. But I think how we structure the budget. I would structure at the moment, and then I'm going to present the report from 2021. So the final budget that we closed, and also that was audited by the auditors. And then they also are going to make a short presentation about the process of auditing ESN, the ESN accounting, and yeah, so they will speak about it. But I will start with these. So as I said, pretty short. We're just gonna add in our budget a new line for the network care and development team, which is a section visit, so related mostly to the section manager, and we're basically not we're just taking out money from the our travel expenses and put in there, because basically the section manager, all the expenses for the section visit is mostly related to the travel, and so we're just moving the money, because before it was inside here. But we that it's also appropriate. I mean, I think that it's also appropriate because I think that it's, as we want to be as transparent as possible, so you know where, how much it is and where the money is going. So this is just the amendment. And then, but this is just the big thing. You see that we're taking out from here, we're putting it here as a new line in because I think that, as I said, we divided the things clearly, so we added here at the end. Yeah, so that was the easy part. That's the most complex part, is the report from 2021. So I will just present it. It was, of course, shared with you. I will just present it a little bit more. So also this budget is from 2021, so it's different from what we have now as we did the restructuring. So we have the grants, the sponsoring, the income from services, and others. So I will just point out that we actually didn't receive any partnership money, unfortunately, but of course it was due to, we lost many partners, there was COVID and blah, blah. And then we had 2 big grants, but actually I will show that at the end as well, the grant from Movezia, the national agency, is not reporting in 2021 because we received it in January of 2022. So unfortunately, we received it, but later than card, and mostly it was, of course, less money that we received as still because of the first 6 months of 2021 were not really, I mean, there were not many cards sold, and what I have in the extraordinary income, I have some money here that actually relates to, what does it relate to? Yes, to in 2021 we did NA3 in Lugano, and actually Lugano at the time didn't have a bank account, so we decided to pay. I mean, we paid the event, so the participation fees are here from the participants, and then of course we paid all the expenses. So then I think, yeah, I think I put it here. I just talked on it. But as I said, yes, we are going actually to receive 20,000. So what actually we received, it was not 15,000, because when we asked for the money for this year, we tried, because things are getting better and we're putting all the events back in place, we try to ask for 25,000 Swiss francs to Movezia, and we received a raise of 5,000 from our original, what they were originally giving to us. Then, so the big difference also is, so the Movezia grant, the grant from the Confederation, so which it's based on the expenses. So the grant from 2022 will be based on these expenses that we did here in 2021. As I said, no money from partners, the resource income from services and extraordinary funds. Yes, I was right, NA3. Then in the expenses, so I'm gonna skip it because I wrote it here. ESN, so I divided in the categories ESN International, ESN Switzerland project section, as you find it in the old budget. So the ESN International and ESN Switzerland money, they were kept quite stable. We had the project raise money because actually the Swiss Train Rally this year was organized as a 2-day event and on a 1-day event. So it got way more money than normal. Then we use less money for section support and travel support, but this is also due to the fact that in the first half of the year, there was not much to organize from you as well. So the membership fee, I mean, of course, it's stable. And then there was an extraordinary expenses that was due to AGM Sweden still. So basically that was cancelled due to COVID, and the attendees were only refunded 80%. So we decided to refund the 20% more. but actually, I mean, you're not refunded yet because they're still paying. And I think also because Switzerland comes with an S, we are lost. So yeah, it's alphabetically. So they're doing it quite slowly, but they are sending emails every now and then. So finally, we had so there is actually from what we planned and what we planned and what actually happened. It's actually pretty similar. The thing is that is missing here to reach the 44 is the 20,000 money from Helvetia, which we received in 2022. That's why we have like a bigger loss, and here in incomes you have. But so basically, there's nothing that it's just what we expected. So the loss, therefore, if you take this money out, it remains 10,000 or 11,000 as expected. We had a total assets of 60,000 at the opening of the budget, and there was, as of course, I put the sheet between the previous and the following year. That's because, as I said, because we received the grant in January, so there is always this shift, and also there are many things that are happening at the end of the year where I send a lot of invoices, and of course there's time that you take some time to pay it, and it's totally fine. So yeah, that's it. That was my last slide. So pretty brief, but yeah, there were a lot of things also written in the report itself, and I think we want to go on. Can I go on? Yes. Yes, question round. Okay, sorry. All right. So first time for today. Always very exciting moment. For every present or most of the presentations, we have question rounds. So as we discussed before, the person presenting or the people presenting will stay here, and I will open the speakers list. Then I would ask you to raise your hand accordingly to question, comment, and procedurals you can always do. And then I will give you the word and try to throw the dice, which I'm also very curious about how it's gonna turn out. And so yeah, also we're throwing it back. We're gonna take care of the lamps in general, see how that's gonna work. So I would open the speakers list for the question round. Are there any questions for Elena? I mean, I would have a comment if no one else wants to say something. So regarding the refund, in years in Austria, we also had the same problem, although we were A, so that doesn't matter. And we requested a bulk payment to the NO of all the participants, and then we refunded them. And that actually worked. Like I think 2 days after we requested it, we had the money. It was a little bit too much, which is also okay, but that actually turned out pretty well. So maybe that's an approach that we could try. But anyways, that was already chosen, and I have no clue because that was not me. That was the previous treasurer who chose the method, and I don't remember what. But I don't think we receive a bulk payment. I think we chose the other option. Yeah, I know. I don't even know if it's still possible now, but yeah. Okay, I can ask, but yeah, I don't know. Also, no one of you paid attention. I didn't say who I am and my role in this assembly, so it was MT main chair. Thank you. Any other questions for Elena? Otherwise, I would propose to close the speakers list. Are there any objections? No, speakers list is closed. Thank you very much. We can continue with the financial audit report. So thank you everyone. First of all, so we are then released as national level because for the financial part only. Yeah, we have to finish everything. So at least for the financial part, it's good. So thank you. And I just want to the financial auditors that it's coming. They did a really good job. We they're gonna explain what they did, and it's I'm really happy this year. I mean, I hope it's water. Okay.
Okay, so for those of you that don't know me, my name is Bakis. I am the treasurer of the ESN EPFL Lausanne. And along with Daniele from ESN Lugano, we did the financial auditing for the year of 2021. Basically, the process we followed was we had the accounts for the whole year. We split them into two equal halves. And the main things we did was we verified that everything that was spent was on the accounts. We verified that all the values and everything were correct. We verified that the documents were all present. And we verified that we more or less followed the budget. So basically, we checked if everything is present, documented, and accurate. We went at it two different ways, me and Daniele. My way was the quick way. I just took the PDF, color coded, and put some stuff on it. Daniele made a whole sheet, fancy and everything. I would recommend for the next financial auditors maybe do it the same way, so it's easier for the treasurer to follow, but it was okay for us. Yeah, so we had 4 meetings with Elena. The first 2 were just what we had to do, and the last 2 was speaking through what the problems we ran into were and explaining everything. Main discrepancies we ran into were sometimes you have the wrong reference, sometimes you have like wrong amounts on the PDF, sometimes we were missing invoices. All of these were checked by Elena, and we talked about them at our last meeting right here to make sure that everything was good. And when everything was good, we wrote the financial auditing report, signed it, and sent it to Elena on the 4th of March. Final notes, I would like to say that this was a good experience. It allowed us to have a small glimpse into ESN Switzerland without really having to do that much work. I can also say that a team of 2 is really good for the financial auditing because you have less work to do and you can help each other when there's some problems. And finally, we would like to thank Elena for her presence and her help with this process. And that's about it for me. If you have any questions, I will take them.
So the speakers list is open. Are there questions? I would really encourage you to ask questions. If there's anything, yes, thank you. All right.
Olive. Okay, so Oliver from ESN Lucerne. That's the only thing I have to say, right? Skip. What?
Ask your question.
Yeah. My question would be, is there anything you would do differently if you had to do it a second time?
Yeah, as I said, it would be nice to have like a set template that you follow and check like some boxes on it, because we had to improvise and each one of us had to make his own sheet or something to tell the treasurer that this was good, this was wrong, there were some problems here. If you have like a set thing that people can always use, and maybe make it easier.
Juan van Hauser, Lucerne, are you building this template or finding? Because I think already sees some templates.
The one Daniele used created is good. We can actually ask, and maybe I can ask him to send it to me. We can change it a bit, add some things, and send it over to the next financial auditors. But that's going to be by the end of the year. here, so still have time. When they're selected, I think we can send them a template to use that.
Any other questions? We're gonna be here anyways. You can also ask questions at the time, I think. Yes, in the back. All right, let's try this. Oh gosh, I'm sorry. Samira, can you catch it and then pass it on? Can you catch it and pass it on? Ah, okay. Okay, cool. Lucia ESN Byrne. I was wondering, I can't remember, I know you presented yourself when you were elected, but did you have any previous auditing experience before this? And would you recommend it to anyone else who doesn't have experience?
Great question. I didn't have any auditing experience. I did have a lot of experience as a treasurer, so I was more or less familiar with accounts and all that stuff. So, but I would recommend this to anyone. It's not that difficult to do. It doesn't take that much time. It's pretty fun. It takes like a couple of days just chilling and looking through the accounts. But if anyone wants a small glimpse into ESN Switzerland without that much of an investment, this
Hello, Cecilia Uni Lausanne. You said that there were some discrepancies, like missing notes and stuff. In the case that you don't find a missing receipt, what's the procedure? I was wondering.
we found everything. So,
but in the case you hadn't. I know. I don't know. Anyways, you can hear me. Yeah. Okay. No, it's fine now. Okay, so normal. No, it's not fine. But anyways, I can.
Oh wait, she.
I have to do. Okay, like this. So,
That's good.
No, normally it is Elena. Yes, sorry, Elena, Treasurer, yes, in Switzerland. So normally it depends on the amount. If it's like a really small difference because of currency or some, it's or if there's, yeah, it depends on the amount. So normally we manage to find everything, and I try to be really consistent for what I do. But then if there is a big amount, then for sure needs to be addressed at the national level. And then at that point, we need like a proper discussion, and that we need also to inform the section, and we need to bring this on the NA or like as a procedure amendment, and say that this is the problem and that's the reason why, and that, yeah. But for I mean, nothing happened, and it was really smooth this year. 2021. If there are no other questions, I would propose to close the speakers list. Are there any objections? No, speakers list is closed. Well, we are having an interesting situation right now because the others are returning in like half an hour and we're still here. So that's really not working out. We have to change that. I mean, you can do another, please don't.
Okay, no, turn it off.
Just leave it like that. All right. I mean, you can do, I don't know, we could do a workout before the energizer after this point. I really don't know. We can do, does the national board or national level have any input for me, what you would like to do with the financial interested people here?
I mean, what we can maybe take, or that we do now is actually the SOS amendment by us, because it's also something that is more. But we would need to vote if we should take that in front. With the national level, there's an amendment to the SOS and statutes, there's a more minor thing. I could present that now because it's, for new people probably.
So does the national level propose this change to the agenda? All right, so the national level proposes a change to the agenda to move the SOS amendment presentation from after the workshop to our double track experience here now. And we need to vote on that. So if you approve of moving this point of the agenda to now, please, for yes, please raise your voting devices now. Raise it high, higher, higher, thank you. Okay, please hold it up like high. It's a matter of 13 yes votes. Thank you. Are there any no votes? 0 no. Please, could I have your attention? Are there any no votes? No, 0 no votes. Abstains? We're missing someone.
Yeah, there is a. Oh.
But the voting device is there.
Amazing. All right.
Okay, let's do the vote again.
Okay, so let's vote again. Who's pro changing the agenda? Raise your voting devices now. Thank you very much. Okay, 13 yes votes, 14 yes votes. Thank you very much. You can lower them now. No votes. 0 no votes. Abstains. Abstains. Thank you very much. Then Laura, please come to the front and present us with the amendments that you've carefully figured out. I think it's smarter to give it to them because then it's further away.
Should I turn it off or
No, just give it to them.
one? Incoming.
Okay. So while doing the NL restructuring, we found a couple of things in the statutes and standing orders that we need to change or that we think we need to change. And but we said to not overwhelm all of you because the NL restructuring was already a really big thing. We said we're going to bring it at a later NA, and for NA2 we didn't manage in time, so this is why it's coming now. So in the statutes, there are actually 2 changes. The first one is that our headquarters changed. So it's now at the Schweizer office of the Schweizerische Arbeitsgemeinschaft der Jugendverbände, or I'm not going to say the French version because I cannot say it. But yeah, that's the one thing. And the second thing that we wanted to change is because it's not really clear mentioned in our statutes or standing orders if we have changes to them, to who to send it and who is responsible for that. And we, in the whole process with the CT and the main chair, we thought it's the best if actually the main chair would get it and then also has to send it out 14 days, has to get it 14 days before the NA, so that it's clarified to whom to send. And yeah, these would be the 2 changes to the statutes. To the standing orders, we would like to add actually something that was written in the statutes. We would put it into the standing orders is to elect the organizing committee for the following NA. That's a competence of the NA. Since we're already doing that, it's just a procedural thing that we put it in the right place. Then to an Article 4 conduct, we would add that the chairing team decides on the topics including in the agenda. Also, this is already written in our statutes, but we would change it to Article 4. And then this is one of the major points also here, any proposed changes to the statutes or standing orders according to Article 17.2 and Article 17.4 of the statutes, which we just saw before, has to be sent out to the network by the city at least 10 days before DNA. So this would mean the same as we did it now, that in the with the agenda, also the amendments have to be sent to you so that you have time to read it. That would, because until now it was not clear and we would like to specify it. Then we have Article 5, decision making. There's actually what did we change that? Yeah. Yes, there was a mistake of the pointing from the article that we changed here, and then election of the NB. We would like to add that it's mandatory to have an interview with the AC. Most of us already did that, but it was more like something we said we would advise until now, and we would make it mandatory to have it. And the last one is actually Article 11 in the dismissal one. Due to the NL restructuring, we would need to change the national level to NB, because for now only the NB can be dismissed due to the restructuring. Yes, these are the changes.
So we would open the speakers list, and Sandrine would be the first one. Could you throw the cube to her, please?
Thank you. Thank you. So Sandrine, ISN Neuchâtel. Just my question is, will the amendments for the standing orders all be voted together at once, or will it be by article?
Well, for now it's all by one, but if you want to do like take an article out, you can send an amendment until tonight to board@esn.ch, and then we would need to vote it separately tomorrow.
Okay, great. Thanks.
I have a comment. Yes, in Switzerland. If you want to vote on a specific article separately, you can say it in advance, and then we can split it from the rest as well. So this is also.
Should we say it now, or?
No, you have to send it via email to us. At least you can name it now, but it also has to be sent. That's
okay.
What I to say.
So say now, okay, so it's the amendment about the sections not being able to vote anymore to dismiss a BS member.
But what?
So you want to?
No,
so for now, the on the standing orders, it's written that the sections can dismiss remove the BS or the whole NL, and you want to change that the section only can decide to dismiss the national board. So.
No, I think that there's a misunderstanding. Yes, in Switzerland, I think there was a misunderstanding. You can. This does not require to be sent to board@esn.ch because it's just voting separately on one article. It's not an amendment. It's not an amendment. So yeah, it's sorry, fine. Like you just have to say it to us, and we change it in the.
So if there are no other questions, I would propose to close the speakers list. Are there any objections? No, okay, speakers list is closed. Dear NB, what else can we do now? Now the okay. All right. Another change to the agenda. Isn't it fun? So the national level proposes, could I have your attention please? The national level proposes to change the agenda, surprise, surprise, and to move up the update on the Swiss event policy paper to our gap that we have right now. You're also very welcome to fill in the people who are missing on the stuff that we're discussing now. So we would do the Swiss event policy paper discussion now as well. And we have to vote on that. So do you approve the changes proposed to the agenda proposed by the national level? If yes, then please raise your voting devices now. All right.
It's supposed to be.
I mean, Yuri, do you have the delegated vote for Winterthur? No, I'm not giving you the voting device. I'm talking about. I mean, we have quorum even if Winterthur is not voting. So just leave Winterthur out of it first. You're not the one to vote for them. I'm sorry to be a pain about this, but there's no. Quorum is reached. There's no way around this. Okay, so again, agenda change approval. Yes, please raise now. Voting device. Thank you. Well, yes. Thank you. Are there any no votes? No. Are there abstains? One abstain. Thank you very much. So the change has been approved. Then I would ask Laura in.
It's okay. Oh, we're not there. Wait. So, yes, maybe some of you still remember at NA Lugano, we voted for the first edition of the Swiss event policy paper, and actually in our and in our 3 strategy, it's written that we will update this document at least once a year. So this is what we're doing right now, and mainly Elena, Axel, and I worked on it because we also revised the financial plans. So what did we did as a summary? We added a definition of national event. So what is a national event? We updated the part of statutory meetings, so national assemblies. For the end, we would need to press out. Then we update the non-statutory meetings, so the community weekends, and we added in the non-statutory meetings, this was Train Rally and National Erasmus Games. We didn't add Titanic Lemonique. As everyone knows, there was quite a big discussion, and we said we want to have like a discussion on how the national events will proceed in future in general, and so that's also including Titanic first before we are doing the work of writing all everything down and then crossing it out at the next day. So this is why we didn't add that. But as you have seen, there is a workshop today, and also as we added, changed the agenda, we will have like half an hour tomorrow to discuss about this, not only about Titanic, but about the future of our national events in general. So to go into details, for the National Assembly, we added that we changed the timing a bit. So we changed that the second NA meeting is around March, before it was February, March, and the third national meeting around June, beginning of July, before it was May and June. This is due to all the other international events that are happening now. We can see that it's not really working in the timeline. So we would like to change this to March and June, July. Then we added a procedure for OC and main chair in case that we have two applications. This year we were really lucky in having two applications for NA2, namely Bern and Neuchâtel, but we didn't have anything written down on how to proceed in these cases, so we wrote that down in it. Then we changed for the task of the CT that the CT has to provide 3 computers and not the OC. And the participants, we added the registration procedure for international guests and trainers. Then in communication, we added the part about sustainability, that it's mandatory to add, for example, in the survival guide. And for the finances, we said that the final accounting has to be delivered within 2 weeks. Actually, oh, that is wrong. This has to be 2 weeks instead of 2 months after the event, that the travel expenses are reimbursed according to our guidelines, so the financial guidelines that Alan is writing, and that participants' fees of national board support, and advisory council are covered by the event budget. Last but not least, we added also a part about sustainability in general, so that the OC and CT should use the sustainability checklist, that the OC and CT have to make the event as sustainable as possible, that we should have communication about sustainability during the events, and that afterwards this checklist has to be presented to the NEM and VP so that we can then present it again to DNL and talk about how we can make our events in the future even more sustainable. Then I come to second point, community weekend. Also here we changed something in the timing. Actually, it was said that the community weekend lasts 3 days. Due to COVID, we had to, for example, do it only 2 days now in February. So we added this option also because we got the feedback that a lot of people from you liked it to have only 2 days in the event because it was easier to arrive like on Saturday morning. Also for us, it was less stressful because we could provide or like do the shopping and everything already on Friday. So we were all set on Saturday morning. So we put in these 2 options to have both possibilities. Also in communication, we added the sustainability part. In finance, I did a copy and paste mistake. So this again has to be 2 weeks, not 2 months. The final accounting also here has to be delivered within 2 weeks after the event. And then we said that the participants fee of the national board and the network care and development team should be covered by the event budget. we named the network care and development team here specifically because they are the ones to get working on all of these events, and especially the community weekend is organized by this team on its own, more or less. Of course, the rest of the NB and NL is helping. So we would like to have them not paying for this event participants fee. Then this, we also said, depending on the event budget, the rest of the board support members, or we will see if the participant fees of the rest of the board support members can be covered. If not, it would be like a small price for them, as it was until now as well. But we would present if we would take out the people for the network care and development team. And then it's actually the same on what we added in the National Assemblies, the sustainability part of the checklist. The only change here is that actually the NAM and VP have to present the sustainability checklist to the NL after the event. Then coming to the new parts, so non-statutory meetings with train rally. So I highlighted only a few parts here. If you, I hope you read it at some point, or if something is unclear, please come afterwards to me and we can discuss it. So for this restraint, we said it should take at least once a year in the autumn semester. This phrasing gives us the possibility to do it also more often. Then the event coordination, the NAM is the head of OC and it can have an intersection OC. Then we describe what are the tasks of the OC, what are the responsibilities of the sections, what happens with the participants, so how do they participate, then the registration procedure, what needs to be included in communication, then the finances. The OC has to prepare the event budget and the OC has to deliver the final accounting 2 weeks after the event. Here I did it correctly. Then again, the sustainability part, it's more or less the same for the others, and then the mediation of conflicts. This is the short overview. I mean, I think most of you went to the Swiss train rally, so it's basically what we did in the last years, just written down, and to have the possibility to give it like to new people and say, hey, this is how it should be done, to have it in a better way. Then National Erasmus Games. So we want to give, especially this event, a bit more of a platform, because we think it's a really great event. It took place this year in Lucerne. And one of the problems we faced with this year, it was that the open call was sent too late. So we want to open the call for the OC at NA1 now, so the next NA coming afterwards. And then it's, you're standing in front of the camera. And so that the OC actually has enough time to organize the whole thing, which takes place in the spring semester. This also gives us the possibility to have cancellations handled in a good way, so that the OC or the section doesn't need to pay on top of it. Then we define the event coordination task of the OC, the responsibilities for the sections. So one of the responsibilities for all of you will be to promote this event, to handle the registration of the participants, to organize the transportation, and to lead the delegation during the event. So there should be at least one section member going with the participants to the event, to be responsible for them, to check that everyone is there. I mean, it worked out quite well also with the section that didn't have a team leader this time, or delegation leader, but it would just be also nice. Then for the participants, there is no maximum number of the event, but due to accommodation, it can be possible to restrict the number. Because for the accommodation, it's not possible to have sometimes 200 people. And then the registration procedure, we would like to set that the section coordinator has to inform the OC at least 30 days before the event about the participants' numbers, details, and disciplines. Then the OC would send the link to the registration form which needs to be shared at least 14 days before the event with the participants. And in this registration form, we would have things like emergency contact, any allergies, and stuff like that, as like mainly the same thing as we ask for these events. And then the payment deadlines for the participants are set by the sections themselves. For the sections to the OC, it has to be, it's also defined, I think it was like 15 days or something, or no, we wrote that the OC can set the deadline. And then communication as well, that they should add a sustainability part, that they should send out a survival guide, something like this. Then finances, the OC prepares the event budget, the OC delivers the financial accounting 2 weeks after the event, and the participation fee of NB and BS are covered by the event budget if we are coming. I have to say, it's not like an NA that you have to take like into the account that like at least 5 of us will be there. And the participation fee of the OC are covered by the event budget. Then again, the sustainability part, and last but not least, the mediation of conflicts. That's it.
Yeah, I just want to add something about the participation fee for the National Board and Support. Of course, you don't need to include everyone. We see the budget, and you can fix, the OC will fix a maximum amount of people from the National Board that could be covered.
All right, thank you very much. The speakers list is open if there, no, not just if, but when there are any questions. So 1, 2, 3, could you throw the dice, please?
Is it on? Oliver, ESN Lucerne. I have 2 questions, so I guess I'll do one and then, yeah. Or I don't know if it's a question, it's more about the payment. I think the payment of each section doing their own thing and their own deadlines will lead, was part of the problem why by us it was such a chaos, because some sections just said, yeah, we're sorry people didn't pay, so they're not coming. And then we're like, yeah, good, fine, great. For example, now for the cabin meeting that we did, this intersection, we did a central payment, so everyone had to pay us the section. Even the other sections come and paid us directly. So we actually knew, okay, Bern is sending this many, Lugano is sending this many, Neuchâtel is sending this many. And since then we saw it 2 weeks before, Neuchâtel is not selling anything. We wrote Neuchâtel and we said, I'm sorry, like you guys haven't sold any tickets. We're gonna redistribute the tickets so that we don't have 20 spots missing. So just consider maybe doing something centralized, because it's much easier for the OC to then shuffle around.
That is technically a comment.
Yeah.
If there's no question mark at the end, which is fine, but just like show it, because then we know how to proceed with that. And comment from
Yes, in Switzerland. Actually, this goes in line a bit with like the project that's been going on a bit that we never really tackled about the online payment system. And if you manage to do it, then we can centralize all the national events onto like one platform, and that would kind of also like free up the this like responsibility of the OC to actually also find a way to get everyone's money. So yeah, it's definitely a valid point, and if this system is put in place, it will definitely help.
Yeah, maybe tiny quick reaction. Can I? For the payment system, yeah, Oliver, ESN CERN. The payment system, I can really recommend Event Frog that our section uses, because it's much cheaper than the one that the rest of the sections in terms of fees and things. Yeah.
Serena, ESN Geneva. First of all, thank you for the work you've been doing. I'm so happy to see that you've been improving this document since last year. My question was more about the future of the document, since I heard that this year you organized the NBT. Maybe would you be willing to add an international part or something about international events and how to organize them here in Switzerland, since it's fresh in mind? And
yes, so basically time-wise, this was not done for now, but there is definitely the idea to add that in the long term and maybe for the next update that we're doing.
Yeah, sure, we can do that. I think Chantal will write a report about how NBT was organized, and we can see for the future to add them. But I think first the priority is to put our national events on the document. So and I know there is still improvement to do to this document for the next upcoming ZNA. So priority is first national events and after international events.
okay, thank you.
Matthew, ESN EPF Lausanne. What would happen if at the NA1 no one or no section would present themselves as organizers of the event?
Yes, so basically what we do all the time. So for example, for this NA, we didn't receive an application as the main chair. And so I'm going to open it after the event again, and that would be the same for the OC. If we don't get an OC, we will after the event, we will talk at the NA about it, that there is this possibility, and afterwards we will open it again with the hope that someone would apply. But I can really recommend to think about this early enough if you want to do something like that, because it also gives you the time to prepare things in a better way and not getting stressed with things. So especially also now with the OCs for NAs, we can definitely see when we have an OC already applying at an NA, it's way easier for them than if we have to open the call first again and then to get like applications to talk again about the whole process and everything. So I can definitely recommend to think about this already.
Just to remind, after if there is still no C, we had to use the rotation system, so it means we will go. Okay. So sorry.
There are two reactions from Yas and Elena. No? Okay. From Yas. Then we have two more questions, and after that I would propose to close the speakers list. Do you want as well to be added to the speakers list? Okay. Then after you I would propose to close the speakers list. Are there any objections? No. Okay. Speakers list is closed.
Yeah, just as a quick comment, Yas is in Switzerland. So basically, if no application is sent by anyone, we open the call again, and it's the NB actually that appoints the OC afterwards. So this is what we usually do also for the NAs and main chairs and stuff. One other thing is placing the the call for the OC for anyone is actually also strategic, because it allows the sections have their transitions during the summer, and that could be a topic actually to be discussed during that transition or during the planification of the year with the new board. Do you want, you can talk about the fact of wanting to organize this, or if you have any ideas, etc. And that's why we motivate it. Like that's one of the motivations also, other than the fact you'll see quite fast.
Reaction.
Yeah, also a reaction. Not a again, yes, Oliver from ESN CERN. This is also a question and not, it's a reaction and not a question to the stuff though, not to anything. One more thing about the the National Erasmus Games that you might have to add is to have first aid plan?
Um,
Because, like, for example, by us, we didn't have jack shit.
yes. I think we said we are not going to write it in here, but there will be a second document where it's like way more detailed for the National Erasmus Games, and we write it in there.
Okay.
That's what we will, or we, I and the new NEM, so Isidore will be working on. But it's not, I think it's not included in here right now, but it's definitely a valid point. We talked also in the feedback session afterwards about this. It's really, really, yeah, necessary if we do sport things that we have a first aid, and that's true.
Thank you, Nicola Geneva. So my question is regarding the national events. Why did you choose that the name should be the head OC for the Swiss Train Rally, but not necessarily for the NEG?
Well, for the NEC, it's more like that the NAM is supervising and supporting, but because it's done with a section, the section has to have the head of OC. It's like an NA, more or less. Like the structure is more similar to an NA than to the Swiss Train Rally.
Yes, and also the Swiss Train Rally is the perfect event to do a collaboration in the organization between the sections, because you don't really need one day event. You don't really need a treasury behind it. You don't really need to have all of the logistics that you usually need for an event. So it's the perfect thing, and I think that either the name or, for example, the section manager that are close to the section it's easier for them like to reach the section, to create an OC. Like it's maybe better the name because he's a part in the event manager community, so he knows who is in it, and he can directly reach the event manager to see who are the people who are motivated. So it must be to have a collaboration between the sections as well.
Okay, thank you.
Jessica ESN St. Gallen. I have a question regarding the Erasmus Games, mainly concerning the number of participants. For such an event, you need quite a number to work for it as a competition. When do the sections know for sure if it will take place, if there's enough people on the one hand? And on the other hand, what if the number of participants of a section changes shortly before and they're not able to put together a team? Is there anything in mind how you handle that?
Well, so with the change that we would have the OC way earlier, we would need to be honest, I mean, the event was not done for 2 years, 3 years. This was the first version of it again. So with all the changes, we need to see how it works out and if we come into a situation like that. But the idea behind it would be that you get also to know, at least I would say in February, the number of participants that you can bring, because then the semester starts and you can promote the event. As said, the number itself is not, it's not, there's no maximum for it, but due to accommodation, there could be a maximum. So in Lucerne, if I remember correctly, we had a maximum of 120. If we know every section wants to come, it already goes down to the point that each section can bring one team. So with the possibility to organize more accommodation and everything, it could be that this number could be increased, and also sections can bring 2 teams. As Oliver said, like short notice things can happen, of course, and it definitely is an idea to redistribute the spots and to see if another section could bring maybe a second team or something. Still, I think, and that's something we also need to discuss, we didn't put that in yet, is what happens in these cases and who, I mean, of course, the section is responsible to find more participants, but if in case that we cannot, is the section the one that couldn't come with enough people to still pay, or is it is it something that goes to the section organizing it? This part is not discussed yet, and we didn't include it because we wanted to discuss this first. And this is also part of the workshop and also of the discussion later. And to just to name this as well, this process of what happens and how we go on with the events is not done after this NA. The idea is to have like more consultation and more workshops and stuff on that, to get like a solid foundation. So we probably will not finish everything on this weekend.
Can I react? Follow up? Okay.
Maybe to like answer your question, how we did it in yeah, Oliver, yes, and CERN, sorry. How we did it in Lucerne, for example, by the runners, by the women, we had 1 participant for the 100 meters and 0 for the 1,500 meters. So I just during the weekend, towards when we were starting doing running, I was literally saying, women here, you literally have to walk 100 meters and you can go to Porto. So, and then in the end, we had about 4 people for the 100 meters. And then one of the girls was kind of like sad that she lost because she was the actual one that originally applied for it. And I was like, well, I'm gonna just force you to run the 1,500 meters. You're gonna hate me for 10 minutes, but at least after you still get to go to Porto. Which, yeah. And for example, by the soccer team, we also had a problem that there was, I think, 2.5 soccer teams. So we just kind of filled it up with other people from other sections. And then we just told them basically you can play however many games you want to play, and then we'll just see who won the most in the end. So it's a lot of improvising. Okay. Yeah.
Jessica, yes, and St. Gallen, to follow up to what Laura said before, is there a minimum? You mentioned a maximum, but is there a minimum of participants?
Actually, we didn't write it, but personally, I would say that at least 70, as we have now, should come, because otherwise you cannot really do the competition.
Yeah.
And or if it's less than that, it could be that we need to cut it down to maybe just 2 disciplines or something. But that's, again, as I said at the beginning, we want to give this event more of a platform, because we think it's a really nice event. It's a really, for example, in Italy did a really like big kind of promotion event also out of it. So we will not do the same, definitely, because that's way too much work, at least for the next year. But yeah, to have like a bit of a bigger event and to be like a bit of a promotion would be really nice.
Thank you.
Yes, and so yes, and Oliver, yes, and yeah. For the minimum, I suggest that it's at least 3 teams per discipline, because with 3 teams you can at least do some games. With anything lower, it'll become really difficult. And then it's just 3 teams by however many participants per team. Then yeah, you have the number.
Just want to say, something about the like number of teams per discipline. The OC doesn't have to do all the disciplines that the IEG says. So if you are scared to not have enough teams to make the competition, you can say, okay, we're not interested to do the basketball, for example, and you want to focus on football and volleyball for this year, for example, and that's good, it works. But I also just want to remind you that the opinion of the section count, because this is our event. So please join the workshop later, where we will try to have a kind of a consultation so we can improve it in the future.
Okay. There was no other question.
That was it for this topic. Is the MB coming up with an energizer? Then we can start preparing that one.
Yes. People back within 5 minutes could be
Getting the people back within 5 minutes. All right. Since we are having the situation that everyone's too warm to do anything and we don't want to have people passing out for sure, we would say that the next 10 minutes are less of an energizer but more of a rehydration break. So please get yourself some water, please cool yourself down in any way that you see possible, and we're gonna see each other in 10 minutes back here. agenda has been changed. Yeah, change has been approved. All of that. Yuri, would you like to present your presentation, please, or candidacy?
I haven't started yet. Okay. Are you gonna put the presentation? Oh. Okay. So hi everyone. I'm Yuri. If you don't know me yet, and I'm running for ESN Switzerland Communication Manager, the national position. So I'm just gonna speak about why I'm doing that. So if you don't know me yet, I'm Yuri Grosjean. I'm 20-something years old, maybe older than you think. I'm doing my master's degree in digital linguistics. I'm probably graduating in 2024, so there's still some time left to be active for ESN. I've been a member since 2019, so it's been 3 years. And I'm the current ESN Zurich president, handing over to Celine in summer, so I'm sure she's going to be an amazing job. Going to be doing an amazing job. Some fun facts, random facts about myself. I've done a lot of exchange programs in several different countries. As you can see, I like to travel a lot, and I also like to learn foreign languages. I know 7 languages, kind of, sort of. And I show my affection by poking fun at you. So some people sometimes think that I'm mean, but actually if I make fun of you, it means that I feel comfortable around you and that I like you. I like to socialize a lot, but I also like spending time alone by myself. Sometimes it gets a bit too much, so I need to be by myself. Recent developments, I dyed my hair. There is a bit of a lack of sleep, but we're getting there. And coming up, I want to start taking singing lessons because I want to be better at karaoke. Yeah, I mean, why not, right? So why am I the right person for this job? I've been the local PR manager, so the local communication manager, we call it PR manager in Zurich for 1 year. In 2020, 21 during COVID. So we relied heavily on our social media presence. I started basically being active on Instagram. So we gained around 500 followers, which is not bad, right? We set up Telegram as the main communication outlet for ESN Zurich before we were using WhatsApp and Facebook, which we still use Facebook, but let's see. I recruited a whole PR team and all of them are still quite active. So I'm really proud of that I was able to assemble kind of motivated people to step into my footsteps. And now I'm still the local president of ESN Zurich. I've been doing it for 1 year. It's been a lot of fun. I really enjoyed it. And actually ESN Zurich during my presidency and Dani's presidency in 2021 has been the most active section all over Switzerland, considering the number of events organized. So yes, we got the data, okay. So that's just regarding number of events. So that's, yeah, that's not bad. Of course, I also have some professional background. I think I need to take a new picture, it's quite old. I've done an internship in internal communications, so I have some corporate experience when it comes to communications. I led several communication campaigns and I wrote a lot of articles, produced videos and web pages at UBS. For the television, where I was doing video editing and media and social media planning. So that's some professional background that I have in the fields. Why do I want to do this? No, of course, I know. Yeah, why not? This is like my life right now. I'm looking for a new challenge within ESN. So I've done local board, local president. What else is there? National board. Yeah, and I love ESN, so it makes sense to stay. I'm an active and motivated ESN member. Yeah, I still like it. I still like doing it. I'm interested in meeting new people and creating connections also nationally. And I want to gain more experience in the field. That's why I'm applying. Oh yeah, let's speed it up. It's almost done. So what are my ideas for this position? I want to strengthen the National Communication Manager Network. So I want there to be like a good community nationally. I want to ensure consistent branding across all sections. So I want to make sure that our branding guidelines are followed. Also on the local level, at least at a certain minimum, and keep up ESN Switzerland's social media presence a little. So I want all the data that is provided online to be up to date. And what kind of communication manager do I want to be? I want to be approachable so that people feel comfortable talking to me, asking for advice. I want to be active. I want to show that I care, and I want to also provide I want to deliver and like provide some results at the end of my term. And I want to be collaborative, also working together with the whole national board and of course the sections. Okay.
Thank you, Yuri, for your presentation. Please, we have a real applause. So there's a question round as usual. So I would open the speakers list. We have, yes, then we have there, then. Okay. All right, never mind. We have the cube here. Yes, you can start. Just pull it out. It's magnet.
Okay. Oh, yes. Hi, Yuri. Thank you for your presentation, very kind to see. I'm very impressed by your. Oh, yeah. Yes, and Switzerland. I'm very impressed by your background experience, etc. It's really cool to have that on a national level. My question is regarding the supporting positions that you'd like for your communication team. As you said, in ESN Zurich, you created a PR team. What would you like to have on the national level?
So as far as I'm informed, there's a project manager, right? So I could imagine working with somebody that is
so the board support. So for example, now what we have on the national level is the communication manager who's working closely with the social media manager. The social media position has been created this year on demand from the previous communication manager. So do you see yourself having someone to support you in the communication department in that field, and which positions or which areas would you like to have support in, if you have any idea so far?
So for example, which areas do I need support in from the social media manager?
Just which areas would you like to have support in general? And then we can create a position for that, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's a good question. Thank you. So I think for keeping up with the community and being in touch with the local communication managers, I want to do that myself. But in terms of, I think more administrative tasks, as in like providing, for example, Adobe rights, things like that. I mean, I'm not completely up to date with what the whole role encompasses, but definitely for things that are easy to delegate, stuff like, Adobe rights or merchandise, like organizing that, there could be somebody supporting me in that role.
Thank you, Yuri, for your presentation. My question was more about the communication manager community. I have the feeling that every year we are struggling to reach all the communication managers at the local level. And you want to strengthen this community. So maybe do you have any concrete idea or new idea to reach them or to meet them? I don't know.
Yes. Well, so first of all, I want to get in touch virtually, creating a group chat, as I suppose it's always done. And then also approaching the people in person, you know, I think that makes a big difference being added to a group chat versus being.
This question was actually raised in the candidates blog, so
okay.
I would ask you to look it up there. Okay, thank you.
It's a lot. Yeah, but maybe, yeah, I want to meet them in person at least once, if possible.
Okay.
I did have a question, but I don't know if I'm. Hey, I'm Schneb, is in Switzerland. Thank you for the application, Yuri. I wanted to ask you a question, also related to the bot support. I'm sorry. As of now, the communication manager is also head of the communication on an IT team. Do you envision creating also having like a webmaster for being in charge of the IT part? And if yes, how do you envision your collaboration with that person?
Yes, definitely. Yep. So yeah, I think I could definitely need some support in that area, since I also don't have an IT background. And I think we can collaborate in terms of you know, whatever there needs to be done, considering, for example, the website, or you know, whatever outlet that we have online. You know, maybe we can also get in touch with the sections, see if there are certain needs or demands that they have to the national level, and then we can find solutions in cooperation with the webmaster, depending on what's needed. Does that answer your question?
Yeah. Céline, yes, in Switzerland. I wanted to ask you if you had to choose one main thing you want to achieve, one criteria for success that will make you happy about your work at the end of your mandate. What would it be? What would be the one thing you really want to achieve?
I think well, the first thing I put on my slide was being approachable. So strengthen, this is fine. So to me, it's most important that I actually build like also a personal connection to the local sections, and you know, that they also know me. And I think that creates a base for the whole community to also thrive, exchange knowledge, and then we can also, you know, create new ideas and synergies.
Thank you. Hi, Yuri. Dana is in Zurich. You thought about the communication manager community at the national level, but my question would be, are you aware that there is also one at the international level with the other communication managers from other countries? And how would you prioritize working with this community? Because they also have regular calls, and ESN International is also doing a lot of work on the communication side, creating content, creating guidelines, the visual identity manual that you mentioned. Would you see this as being a priority? And of course, if you would have time to do it or not, it's perfectly fine to say, no, I will not do anything with them, but what is your opinion on this?
I mean, I'm definitely going to attempt to keep in touch with the international community. But see, you know, I'm not sure how active they are, because I haven't been a part of that community, but for sure, just, you know, be present and represent Switzerland on that level. I think that's also important. But yeah, if there's the capacity to collaborate with them on a project, then for sure. If there isn't, then no.
Elena, National Treasurer. So my question is related to the section. So normally we have section support budget like that we have for like different projects. And there's also a section support for communication that we established from this year. So basically we're giving like for the communication tools like Canva, Adobe to do like communication, like advertisement and all of it for the section. And we are paying partially, I mean, you can read about it, but do you think that it's something that is still a good idea that is needed for the section, because each section will have that? And do you have any other ideas about section support, like financially in communication?
Yes, it's still needed. We use Canva and on the local level. We also use Adobe, not that often, but and it's still good to have it. So I think it definitely makes sense to keep it, even just as an option for the local people to be aware that there is this option. As to the more tools that we could provide,
or anything else, not necessary tools, support.
I mean, maybe we could like provide, if it's necessary, for the local sections to promote their content or whatever they want to advertise online, a certain budget for social media advertisement. That would be something that we could look into. I think definitely, I know from Zurich, like we sometimes do that, and we use the local budget to promote our party, for example. So that's something that I think all of the sections will be able to benefit from. That would be one thing that came to mind. Otherwise, just, let's ask the sections to see what their needs are. Thank you.
Compound House or Lucerne will be your plan. For example, there is a lot of communication managers that took the position without even knowing how to open Canva. So will be also formation plans for your position for people just took their own trying to do more without knowing what they were open for, or how do you want to manage that kind of situations?
So just making sure I understand the question correctly. So if I'm planning on informing all of the people,
not only informing, but also like
teaching them how to do it.
Training, yeah. Basically training on some of the tools. Because
I mean, of course, if that's what they need, that's what I'm there for. So I'm not sure if it makes sense for the whole community to organize certain trainings, because some of them might already be skilled enough. But we can see if there are certain needs, or maybe if people are interested in learning about certain tools, and I can provide that. Yeah, I think the most important thing is getting in touch with all of the sections, and maybe at the beginning, kind of see what they want, what they expect, what their needs are, if they even want that, because some people might not use it and might not even be interested in using it. So it doesn't make sense to teach them, and afterwards they're not going to apply it.
After Yusuf, okay, that was quick. Because since we're already at kind of the end of the session, do you have a reaction, or is it's a question? Okay, so what? Okay, so after Schneef, I would propose to close the speakers list. You want to have another one? Wait, it's already there. So after Schneef, I would propose to close the speakers list. Are there any objections? No. Okay, so the speakers list is closed.
Hi, I'm Yusuf from ESN Lugano. I have a question regarding events and how they're portrayed in ESN Switzerland's media. In a sense, do you see yourself as available for all national events, so existing, or do you see yourself delegating some of the national events work, especially for social media posting and all of this, to other people, or do you see yourself posting, for example, afterwards rather than during? That way you get all the photos. How do you see yourself managing national events for the social media, basically?
Might depend on the event and how much there is to do in terms of advertising or posting. I'm actually not really sure what the social media manager covers and what I cover at the moment, but I would imagine that I can definitely like collaborate on that. Maybe, you know, it always depends on availability and capacity. So I'm happy to do it if I have the time to. I'm also, you know, posting things on social media is something that's also really easy to delegate. So, you know, that can also be decided on an ad hoc basis. You know, maybe, for example, there's a project manager or a local communication manager that is involved that could, you know, that it could be delegated to, but yeah.
Yes.
Axel, ESN Switzerland. I have a question because at the beginning of every semester, there is a scamming event coming from, we don't really know where they organize some welcome week party, and sometimes the Erasmus thing, it comes from us. Do you plan to do a prevention communication campaign at the national level, or do you prefer to let it to the sections?
If you feel like there is the need to, we can take a look. I can't promise anything right now, but I'm aware of this, and usually, you know, what might make sense is to inform the local communication manager, or I mean, in general, like everybody, right? I'm not really sure if it's my task to actively, you know, raise awareness on that sort of event, or if it's more of a collective task of the national board. But yeah, I mean, if you say, oh my God, we really need to do something against this, it's a big problem, then for sure we can inform everybody. I guess the thing is also like we have to think of the target audience and whether the people that would attend those events are actually already following us on our channel. So yeah, but that's going into too much detail, I guess.
Hello, it's Arno from ESN Geneva. I just wanted to circle back to something that you wrote in the in your candidacy form. You wrote, I will quote what you said, that you wanted to work together with the section manager and you wanted to take a look at the external communication outlets, the sections, and take inspiration and give feedback on brand design. Can you maybe expand on that?
Yeah, for sure. So the idea is, I mean, I think now it's fine, right? So the idea is, I mean, we can discuss on how this will be done in detail later, or I guess whenever the time comes. But the idea is that we take a look at all of the local sections and see what their presence is online, whether they, you know, stick to our branding. I think this is actually really done well at the moment in general. So there might not even be a lot of need for, you know, corrective measures, if you want to call it like that. The idea is also that, you know, we maybe see that one section is doing really well, or, you know, you might be inspired by the Instagram channel of ESN Neuchâtel because they post such great content, and then that is also shared within the whole community. So that's what I mean by saying like getting inspired, sharing feedback and knowledge, so that, you know, we can all learn from each other and, you know, also use the network, because a lot of times yes, there is the group chat. I know from my time as a communication manager, we had those regular meetings, but we didn't really share a lot of knowledge and it wasn't that active. So I think it would be great for us to, just be more in touch with each other.
Schnepp, yes, in Switzerland. My question is about not exactly about communication. It's rather that as a communication manager, you will be also a full NB member, and that implies like an active and important participation in the management of ESN Switzerland as an organization, and also a strong responsibility in the strategical orientation of ESN. Are you aware of this? Are you willing to take that role actively? And if you could, if you can elaborate on your vision of this, that would be cool.
Yes, I'm aware it is a commitment that I'm making, and I'm already, I've been the local president, so I'm used to ESN being or taking up a larger part of my life, and I also like it. Otherwise I wouldn't be doing it. So my idea is to actually switch to the national level and also learn, grow, get into the network, and I'm very committed. And as I also wrote, I'm committed to be an active part of the national level.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Another round of applause for you. All right. Next up, we're gonna have the annual reports. I would ask someone of the NB to join me. What? No? Not now, but after. Okay, so I would ask someone of the national board to join me to explain how the small session on the annual report is going to go down. Whoever feels responsible. I guess it's you guys. You're always responsible.
That's not true. That's not true. Okay, so what we're gonna do is, for those of you who have been to an NNA before, we usually do our updates about what we've done in the past few months / year in small groups. So we're gonna be split into families, and each NB member or NL member that is present and part of a team is gonna go in like one room or one corner, and then you're gonna circle around and get the updates from each team. So outside, okay, find a spot where there's shadow. Please do not die. So maybe the NL members, you can already start, going into a certain corner and group up in your families.
Okay, people, before you leave, we're gonna meet back here in 40 minutes, which is, now I have to count, 12:20-ish, rather earlier than later, because you want to have your coffee break, right? So the earlier you're here, the earlier you get coffee. That's, I think, good. And also, if we could assemble the families still here, that might be nice.
So we assemble the families here. And, okay, first family to join, first family to assemble gets nothing, but gets to go with the first team.
Yes.
Telegram group chat for
Hello, everyone. So another quick presentation. We want to show you our action plan for the mandate 2022-2023 for the teams that have been connected. So the action plan is basically what we aim to do for the next mandate. It's kind of the guiding projects. And of course, we're not limited to that, but these are kind of the main things that we want to do. So we're going to start with governance. So this is all related to management and professionalization of the organization. This part, myself and Laura, the VP, are going to take over that part. So I'm going to go quickly through them because you have access to the documents, so I'm not going to read through them. So first thing is to really establish the new structure of the national level. So as I told you, the new national level structure has been put on and has been put in place. And the next mandate, 2022-2023, is going to be the first one to actually use that structure. So we really want to put in place a good dynamic from the very beginning to really put that in place. With that, we'll have several rounds of evaluation and then also explain to the sections what we found out. We want to also evaluate the needs of new control bodies and positions. So we want to consult with the sections about different control bodies that are already present in the network that could be added to what we have at the moment. This is going to be something that I really want to work on next mandate is a secretariat. So what is a secretariat? The secretariat is basically a body of employees that support the organization. Always technical difficulties.
Maybe it's not
Okay. Can I continue? Okay. So again, continuing with the secretariat, we want to hold consultations with the sections to actually assess the creation of a secretariat and lay down a roadmap for the creation of such a body. It's going to be very important for the growth and sustainability of the organization on the long term, because growing in terms of activities and in terms of responsibilities, and it's very crucial that we start handing off some of the tasks to employees, for example. This is a common practice all over starting to become a practice all over the network. We already have like 6-7 countries in the network of ESN that has a secretariat. And this is also common for other youth organizations, maybe that you heard of. So this is one, and I think we still have one more. Okay. Yeah. And the final one is about professionalization and recognition. So we want to continue working on the recognition of voluntary work. So of course, we have the recognition certificates, but we also want to expand that, maybe add new positions, update the task descriptions. We want to evaluate the needs for further projects and eventually also collaborate with other youth organizations that will work on that. Yeah, I can do that as well. So education and youth. First things first, maybe I'll just go back. So this action plan was created by myself and the SWEC, the Swiss Education Committee, because we didn't have an education officer yet. But of course, the education officer will have the space to also add their own projects if they're elected at the end of the NA. So yeah, first of all, we want to increase the awareness in sections on the topic of education. It's going to go through different steps like introduction to swag, organizing workshops, and creating communication material. This was something that people stressed on a lot during the last NA, and we're going to work on it because now we have a communication manager in the Swiss Education Committee who's not here. Yes, but yeah, in any case. So yeah, that also includes creating working groups related to coming projects that we want to work on inside the education team with the Swiss Education Committee. And of course, at the end, this is something that we're going to develop a bit more on tomorrow. It's about European universities, and you're going to find out basically how sections can get involved with that. Yeah. So second of all is establishing ESN Switzerland as a main actor in the field of education. So we want to maintain contact with Zurich from ISS, and we want to create a newsletter on education and important ESN Switzerland activities to send to external stakeholders. This is important because we have not shown enough what our activities are from our stakeholders. They know about us, but not the details. And I think it's good that we develop a bit more on that starting next Monday. I want to collaborate also more with Swisscore, and we want to launch the Mobility in Schools project next year. It's something that we wanted to do this year, and we didn't, in the end, have the capacity to do it. So again, for next year. And this is also something very, very important. We want to strengthen the collaboration with Movesia. Movesia is the National Agency for Mobility and Exchanges in Switzerland. It's our most important stakeholder, and they do a lot of really cool things, and they really trust us. And this year, we talked about collaborating even more and strengthening this collaboration. And with that, we're going to create a roadmap of activities and projects that we can do together. And that's going to involve also sections. These are things that are going to boost your section on so many levels, especially on the recognition from your universities. And this can have a huge impact on your section's place in the university, your section's fundings, etc. So this is very important, and we really want to engage in it. So yeah, I talked about this, and also we want to engage in the project that they have called Mobility Day 2023, which is a day where we promote mobility all over Switzerland. And we want to launch the Stick to Education 2 campaign with Movesia and ESN International. This is something that we started working on now. We're going to continue working on in the next Monday. This is the talks have been done now, and really the establishment of this campaign is going to be the next Monday. So we're going to have a lot of things like a landing page, video testimonials, conference, and a lot of exciting. We want to also have a presence in the media and have an open letter signed by all of the presidents of the ESN countries, not sections, to really state our opinion and our common stance on mobility. We want to collaborate more actively with youth organizations and stakeholders. That goes with Pixage and Basis Finesse, etc. We might want to also start a collaboration with PADI, Scouts. This is a huge network, so I think there's a lot of potential in it. And of course, work more closely with the members of Pixage, which is the National Youth Council, that are working in some type of mobility activities, because we're not the only ones that welcome exchange people from all exchange youth from all over the world. We also have other organizations like that. Yeah, so I'm gonna hand it over to Laura.
Thank you. First rest. Isidre, where's Isidre? Daar nog. Yes, so you might see that we renamed the group a bit. Before we always called ourselves section care team. Now we are the network care and development team because we added the position of the training and development officer. And now this position isn't filled. So the three of us did the action plan, but also included parts of that. So.
It's the other way around.
Okay, I'll start by talking about the human resource and the network sustainability. Not a lot of things are going to change on that one, except that we're going to take the document, the stability and quality documents that we're filling with the sections when we're going to the section visits. We're going to try to fill them once a semester instead of once a year. It's quite ambitious, but we're going to try to do this and really use that information a little bit more and give that information to the rest of the national level so they can take all of what we're going to have to create workshops and kind of develop what we can do with the sections. We're also going to try to work a little bit more with the alumni. Right now, we feel like there's a little bit of knowledge loss with the alumni and that some stuff could be improved, and we would like to kind of organize a bit more our communication with the alumni. And also, we're going to try to implement a HR strategy in case of an issue, so then we have some guidelines to know how we're going to work and if, who has to take care of what. Basically. That's what we want to say about this.
Yes, to the part of knowledge management. So maybe some of you know the sharing is caring folder, but we have something else, and that's the International Wiki. And the International Wiki has a lot of documents already prepared for you that you can use as well. So one of our things we want to do this year is to promote that even more, to do a workshop on how you can find things on the International Wiki so that you can use it in your sections. Then we want to evaluate the existing documents and restructure them so that you have a better access to them. We want to be available in the transition process. Some of you already had the transition now. Some of you will have it. So if there's any problem with that, you can of course reach out, or if you need any support in how to organize the transition or how to prepare for it, let us know. And then, of course, as Arno said, we want to keep the alumni community informed and active. So together with the alumni coordinator, which is Theo at the moment, but will be elected again at NA1 for 2 years then. We want to make this a bit more active and giving the information from our side. Then for the training and development, we gave ourselves the goal that we want to organize a training day on personal development. So it's not that we want to talk about ESN specifically, but on like skills that you learn while doing an ESN. Then we want to promote, educate, and external training opportunities. We would like to create a certificate that of training that you get when you do like certain things in ESN, in training in ESN Switzerland. And we would like to evaluate also the documents that we have and to make them available for you, because we do have some documents on training opportunities and training and development in general, but they are like spread out and we need to gather them together and make it fit.
Regarding the event management, our focus would be to make every section present to the National Assembly, because I think it's really important that all the sections my presence to National Assembly, also to for improving the engagement, and also to evaluate the future of national events. And I would like to ask you which events you think we could organize national event, idea or suggestion, also evaluate the current one, And during the community weekend in September, talking and introduce about the national events calendar. So all the sections are well informed about which events will happen, so you can actually manage and organize your resources in your section. And also focus on team building and HR management at the community weekend, since it's important to have a good relationship and communication with all the section and event manager, and in general that all the section are informed about our year calendar events. Yeah.
Actually, Yas and I both put it in our side. So it's a relationship between the local level and the national level. I mean, yeah, it's really nice to have everyone back together and to work on this already. But for the next year, we would encourage the national level members to join sections, not just at the national events, but also outside of that. And also to consult, we want to keep on going to consult the section about ways to improve this connection. We already had a session at the last NA, something like that, similar or in a different way, would be like ongoing the next year to improve the relationship. That's it from our side. And we come to Elena. Hello.
Okay, so from my side, the fun part. I divide this in different parts. So the first part is to, of course, ensure financial stability in ESN Switzerland. I divided also some parts in national level and section. So you will have a section part afterwards. So we will try to attend for the national level, to attend the National Assembly without personal cost. So we will try to achieve these for the whole national level, and also that we as national level members participate in one international event per year, each of us having the participation fee and travel costs covered. Then for the section, we would like to extend from one official delegate per section who gets fully reimbursed to also second to get also the travel expenses reimbursed. And also we continue to support also you on with the like national intersection, project audits, event, national assembly, and many other things. We also support you going to EGM, for example. We reimburse many fees like for EGM for the sections as well. So we will continue to do that, and hopefully like on a bigger scale. Then so the first part was that this is for grants specifically. So we really we will still apply for the 2 current national cooperation grants from OVETS and from the Confederation. Then I will love to do a grant mapping document to see like more like if you have other options. So in the I don't know in English, I don't know, in the scope of projects and causes, which is not necessarily related to project and causes like the team itself, but any project that we might have. And then also finding opportunities. This is for, and so finding new project costs grants. So this is, we will try to establish new sustainable system for better budget management. This is also I talked a little bit about also during my community meeting. We actually discussed, I came up with some points because at the community meeting with the partnership manager and treasurers, I asked them their opinions, we came up with some ideas. So maybe it would be nice to have a unified accounting system. So each section has one. This doesn't mean that I control your accounting system or something. This is just, yes, the accounting software. But if it's like unified, it can be nice. Also, it will be easier for me to help you. Not, that's what it's it for. And the new financial regulation documents, I'm writing it. I start writing it from also my the mandate that just passed, and I will continue, and then it will be given to you, and then you will be needed probably to be approved by you. We at the moment have only internal auditing, so you've seen the presentation from bodies today, but we would like to also like gather information on how to implement an external financial audit procedure. That's not necessarily going to happen this year, but maybe as it is also in our 3 years strategy plan, that might be more suitable, like more possible in 2 years. Then also, we said also about online payment system, and that was been already, I think, something that we discussed. We will try also to see if this is a possibility. Then really, really dear to my heart is the community. So the support of the business and finance community. I was already pretty happy in how things are going. So I would like to have 2 community meetings to support the local treasurer and partnership manager. There will be 1 per each semester. To have monthly calls also on Zoom. Doesn't necessarily need to be monthly, but might be whenever also is needed. And then organize 1 training event per year, specifically in business and finance. I know it might sound not so interesting. I mean, it's really important for the community itself, but also for I mean, everyone else, because you are dealing with budgets, you're dealing with this stuff regularly. It's not only your treasurer who does it. And this is for the community. So I will try to take a feedback and evaluation form to have information from you. And also we would like to promote partnership manager position as well, because at the moment it increased, but we have 7 partnership managers out of 14. We will love to have all 14 sections having 1. So we will work towards that. I will work towards that. Hopefully, also I found myself a partnership manager because I don't have one. And then put together also working group. That was something else that also came out at the community meeting. We want to do a working group for, we already kind of almost established one with Oliver and Daniele. We are gonna also send these in the community if people want to participate. And it's this first one, it will be on budgeting, like new proposals for budgeting methods, and then also other ones. And then what I would love to have as well is 2 community representatives, 1 treasurer and 1 partnership manager, who helps not only with the community, but helps also organize community meeting and helps with the training of the community itself, the organization, like anything. I think it's really, really important. Then about partnerships, we would like to have sustainable network by promotion of the to get new partnerships. So I would like to create like an evaluation form and a partnership mapping as well. We really need the partnerships back. Maybe establish 1 bilateral agreement per year for to get more money and to get mostly, as I said, additional and different services for mobility students, for UN mobility students. Then, of course, promote sponsors. We will start with the community and then also not only to promote this, and also find new partnership promotion strategies and invite at least 1 sponsor to attend each national assembly, which were not necessarily that successful. NA1, yes, there was 1, but then we didn't have. Then this is something that has been going on so much during so many years, was in the previous 3-year strategy plan. And actually I'm putting it as my year plan because I'm gonna do it myself. And I'm creating a working group. So it's to translate in Italian. I mean, French and Italian already it's quite good, but German I might need some help. So so a working group from the community, and not only we're gonna open it for people to And as I said, if it doesn't work really well, I'm gonna do it myself. Then ESN card, also really, really important. We want to promote the power of the ESN card.org platform and the ESN card in general, because I think it's really, really important. As I said multiple times, ESN card is not just a card. ESN card is a brand. So we need to see it like a brand management thing. So that's why I want to also introduce next, hopefully, open calls, also a new position for a ESN card manager, because I need help, because I have only one member in my team, for the moment, none. But I think that two people are important to be in this team. And ESN card manager is not only about getting the cards, ordering the cards for you, then sending them to you, but also to promote it. And as at the international level, there's also a position for that. He will also always be informed about what's happening as well with that. And then that's it for me. What? And then international affairs.
So hi guys, we're the international affairs team for you this mandate. I'm Yusuf from the. So yeah, this is international affairs team. We'll present our action plan for this mandate. We're starting off with the international events mission and committees. Now that we're out of this whole COVID mindset, all of this, we'll try and promote attendance to all the international events. Maybe some of the events are local sections, some events for the NL, some events mixed with both. We'll try our best to get ESN and Switzerland represented in international events. We're also going to try and promote international positions. We've already seen people interested in international positions. So we'll see if we can promote them, update you guys, and provide consistent updates to both through the LR communities and the NL of open positions throughout into the international level, and what's happening at national level, updates, all of this. So everyone's at least a bit informed about what's happening outside of Switzerland, in a sense. So yeah. Another thing is we're going to try our best to have a stronger and clear cooperation with other NOs. It's always really good to be participating with other NOs, hearing what they have to say, seeing how they do things and where we can learn from that. So one of the ideas, see if we can do that. One of the first things is having at least 2 international guests. I mean, we're starting. Having at least 2 international guests. We're going to try and improve the international guest policy to see if we can improve getting more international guests. We'll try and get more attendance in the web, and I know some of you have been in the previous web when we did in Winterthur, and hopefully the next LRs are going to be in the next web. That some of you already know where it is, some of you don't. We'll see. And then obviously EGM. I wasn't able to come last time, but I saw how many of you came. I'll see if we can beat that record this year. So yeah, and that's it from my side. Chantal, it's yours.
So the next points are more about consultation and also a little bit more coordinating the preparation of the delegation for the events. So the first point is mainly about the consultation for the GAs. In the last mandate, we kind of struggled sometimes as for DLRs to know how you consult your sections. We have consultation guidelines for how we do the consultation call, but not how sections could consult their own members. So we would like to improve this. And the second point is about how we could organize the delegations for the international events. After COVID, we found out that it was really a little bit like a struggle to know who is going to the event, who we put on the priority list, how we're going to choose. It was a struggle among the NL, and I think it was also a struggle among these sections. So we can work together on guidelines and build them together. And the last point is the local representative community. Unfortunately, last semester, we weren't that much active as we were in the first part of my mandate, for example, because there were a lot of international events going on and we didn't have that much time to do meetings and team buildings, which we would like to get back again. So there will be for sure another team building together in order to have exchanges and also to build the LR community. And yeah, there will for sure, like we would like to keep the introductory call at the beginning of the semester to meet everyone of the community. And yeah, like that every section has an LLR. It's a little bit like a difficulty because not everyone has enough members to have an LR.
but at least that every section has one representative being able to transmit information from the international level to the national level and the other way around. It would be nice if we kind of try to, or we can have that at the end of our mandate. And yeah, thank you so much for your attention.
All right, thank you very much. I have my own now. It's awesome. I love it. So we have a short question round planned for that. So I would open the speakers list, and if someone is interested, please also state. Please also state who you're directing your question to, so that the national level can prepare already. Are there any questions regarding the action plan? Well, so many people who are involved assemble here. Action plan assembly. Anyone? Anything? I don't see. Sorry, I don't see the people anymore. Please stay with me. If really no one wants to ask anything, are you sure? Okay, there's a question. Amazing. Thank you very much. Sarah.
Sarah, ESN FHNW. My question is for the network and development team. You mentioned that you would like to include the alumni that would be interesting to do something, and I'm interested in how you plan to do that exactly.
So maybe I can answer that. So what we already do is that I'm, as the VP, I'm on an alumni group. It's a Facebook group, and I shared like the events like NAs when the registration is open, and that I shared that already. What we would like to improve is actually interaction. So for example, that an alumni also comes to the NA and does a workshop, or just something like telling out of their life what ESN brought them in their personal development, in their job life, or something else. So that is what we like to improve. So how we here. That's what we would like to improve, to have a bit more of interaction also from their side, not just from our side, because at the moment it's like a bit of a, at least on this part, a bit of a one-way street that I give the information, but I never get really a feedback or anything back. Of course, we also included them in the consultations for the NLM structuring. Then we got feedback back, and we had a call with some of them, and they helped us with writing everything down and giving their input. But yeah, mainly it would be better to have like a communication from both sides.
Yeah, someone behind you.
Hi, Nicolas from Geneva. So it's about the professionalization and the secretariat. You said that you want to get employees. How do you intend to pay them?
That's a very good question. So the thing is, for next year, it's going to be talking about the sections and creating the roadmap. So in the roadmap, there would be a part about financing the employees. So there are multiple ways. And then I discussed some of them, which are getting more grants. This is kind of the common practice in ESN when you want to build a secretariat. You apply for project grants, and through those grants, you also finance like the people that you put, the salaries, etc. We are also aiming to increase the operational grants that we have as well. So there are a lot of things that are going to increase in the upcoming years that are going to help us in that quest. So of course, right now, there's no clear financial plan for that.
but this is what we aim to do for next year, to actually have that financial plan to actually make it a sustainable investment.
Schnell is in Switzerland. So my question goes to Jas. You mentioned that you wanted to strengthen the partnership with Swisscore. Do you have a concrete example of what you want to do with Swisscore, or is it just like a random idea?
Yeah, maybe I can answer that.
Yeah.
I had a meeting with the advisor for education of Swisscore in May, and they are very interested in supporting us for example, for the Stick to Education 2 campaign. Also, if we want to go on with the conference idea, they would be very happy to either speak or to moderate panels. So let's say short term, that's the collaboration we envision, but they are very motivated also to work with youth and with ESN, also with VSS. They have lots of contacts. So, yeah.
Any other questions? Use your opportunity. You will have to, no, I mean that you will have to vote on this document tomorrow, and then it's kind of set in stone. So I would really encourage you to ask the questions that you have now, because otherwise you won't get the possibility to do that in the plenaries anymore. Is that procedural? You have a procedure.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
All right. Yeah, I'm not sure what it's like through all the slides, because it's like it was like 5 presentations.
In fact,
just so that we can see all the info.
Yeah.
In fact, procedural. Well done.
The first that time was Dave in 2018.
All right. I mean, I have to second, and then on that, it's usually you have the document and you know what's inside there, but I get the point with the presentation. Schnitt had a question though.
I mean, it's not that I want to monopolize the speech time, but if no one has any question, I have 2 more questions. The first one is towards the ESN card.
Would you tell us again who you are?
I need to do it 3 times again. Schneider, ESN Switzerland. So about the ESN that goes to Elena, of course. So first, I see that you have many ideas about many positions. So it seems like you don't want to do anything. You just want to manage a group of people. I'm kidding. This is for the fun part. The last fun part is ESN card. I thought it was one of the actually main responsibilities of the partnership managers. Isn't not like just like doubling, having 2 persons being in charge of the same thing? Is it really relevant to have an extra position for that? Is it a full-time position, or how do you limit yourself to just doing ESN, sending links to ESN.org, ESNcard.org to people?
Yeah, I first of all, it's not necessarily only a partnership manager job, because as it was since last year. First of all, I take care of the orders, getting the cars, sending the cars, so all the practical parts is from me. Then the partnership manager was more for the promotion of it. So I think that's how it's been. It's not that we haven't done it so good. I think that we really need someone to do it, in the sense that it will be a 1-year job, in the sense it's like a normal board support position. And it's, first of all, it's that there are so many things also that we have to do with international, so many things that we need to take care of. And it's not just that I don't want to do it anymore, because also it's 14 sections. I understand that you might see the need in countries when you have 40 sections. It might be more complex, because you need to answer also the section questions. Can I get these? Can I do that? Well, how many cards can I? There are so many things happening in the background of ESN cards. But also I think that not necessarily a board support position needs to be a position that does really a lot of things. I mean, I don't know how you measure what's like how a board, national board and board support position. I think that it's important to give also the opportunity to some people that want to join the national level to do a smaller thing, because of course ESN cards, it might be a smaller thing. But and also I think also I see it also as a personal development, as brand man, as like a soft and art skills as well. So I think that it needs to be included for many reasons, not only because I don't want to do it, because anyways I will do it. And it's really good to have also these skills, because I think, yeah, that's pretty much it. And I think that it has a way more potential, ESN card, that we actually know it. Yeah.
Thank you. We have a reaction from Kate and then from Juan. But before we go for the reactions, I would propose to close the speakers list. Are there any objections? No, speakers list is closed. Yeah, go ahead.
Schnell, yes, in Switzerland. So it's by creating this, I totally get the point of creating smaller positions for engagement without too much burden. But when you compare to other bot support positions, let's casually take the example of webmaster, for example. Don't you see like a big difference in level of responsibilities and workloads between different bot supporters that actually have the same right, will be refunded the same traveling fees, the same participation fees to NAs, that will also not have the right to vote at any meeting. So they're all put in the same frame with very different workloads and responsibilities. Do you think it's fair?
I think
to be precise, that's a follow-up question. I would like you to determine between those, because if Juan has only a reaction to what's been said and you have a follow-up question, which is fine because you asked the question in the first place.
I don't know what is a follow-up question. I'm sorry.
That's like
we don't have that concept in Switzerland. I think.
Should I answer that? Okay. So I think that it's true that you can distinguish the board support position. Like there's some that might be more involved or less involved, but I'm not necessarily agree, because we never had this position. We're not sure about the implications, because I see how it is at the international level as well, and all the things, the ideas they have, the working groups. I think it's, yes, might be a position that has some like hot months, and then for some other parts, but I think that also is true. I don't want to say that it doesn't have as much to do as the other ones, because we don't know until we develop something. So, and anyways, it's also good to have more opinions in my team, because having just a one-to-one discussion with a partnership manager, I think also having more people, and also, as I said, it will also be involved in the community, because also that will be one of his tasks as well with me. So I think that I cannot say now how much the involvement would be for this position, but I don't want to say.
Okay.
Yeah.
Juan van Hauser, ESN Lucerne. So I think it's amazing that you are opening a lot of new positions, but you have to be really careful in the amount and when you open it, because then you're going to have a lot of people doing just one task and you stress because they are not doing it. So when you are opening a lot of positions, try to go like only with the primary positions, because it's good for you for your development of skills, but then you're going to lose track of all the tasks that you are doing for other people. So it's just like, don't open a lot of positions until they are necessary, because it seems that you have 5 or 6 positions new, like in Zurich.
Can I
Yes,
reactions? Yes. I normally, okay. The reason why I'm opening this position is because I need it. First of all, because I think that we need to work on this, because I think it's an important part of the business and finance and all of it in ESN. And also I wanted to say something really clever. Yeah. So.
Yes, so a quick reaction to what Alena said. Oh, sorry, Laura, the Vice President of ESN Switzerland. A reaction to what Alena said regarding ESN cards, because, for example, if you go to esn.org and you check for offers in Switzerland, you find nothing. There's so also on the side from the sections, we can definitely improve that. And I think as part as ESN card manager would definitely help on that point.
It will be with the partnership managers doing that, because we really need that internally with the local section and for the local partners and national partners. But then we really need to include these things in the platform itself, for Switzerland, it's not necessarily, there's some things involved. Even with Hosteling, we had problems because it is not in Hosteling International, but it says a specific Hosteling Swiss, even if they're part. So it gets also complicated, like for that matter as well. And but I think it's really, really an important position. And I didn't want to, that's what I want to say. It was not necessarily so clever, but I'm going to say it anyways. I didn't propose it at first because we proposed the position with the restructuring, because also I want to consider it before putting it on. And while I was thinking more on it and discussing at the community meeting as well, so everything comes up from section discussion. So I really want, because that's where they came up in the as well. So I think that was one reason.
Very, very quick reaction. Yes, in Switzerland. This does not apply only to the business and finance. To the team, but also to other positions. We always created positions based on needs of the network and of the national level. This was the case for the social media manager, for the section manager, and will continue to be so in the future. We're not opening positions just to open positions. We're opening positions because we see a potential, we see like a need, and we also see areas where we can develop more. And this is exactly what we're trying to do by opening these positions.
Where we can be supported on. Because also if we have a position at the international level, if we feel the need to include it at the national level, it's good that we have a backup as well. I mean, some background coming from them, and also someone internationally that can discuss with this person. So because there is also a listening card manager international, I think also this is an add power to the event itself.
All right. Thank you very much for the action plan presentation. Next up, very exciting, we're gonna have the candidates for the national level positions, education and youth officer and partnership manager. So
yes,
could I ask project manager, sorry. But first we have people, please. Yeah, please turn off the queue. Thank you. Before we start again, does anyone have medication for a headache? You do? Who needs it? Then could you just start? Yeah, okay, thank you. All right, then could I ask David to the stage, please? Give it up for David. I'll tell you after 2 minutes.
And now is it working? Yes. So, hello, for those I've not met yet. I'm David, and I'm applying for the Education and Youth Officer position. Is that this? No, this. Yes. So I'm David. I'm 23 years old. I'm doing a master in environmental engineering in the EPFL a few years ago, before COVID and during COVID. And I'm Swiss and Portuguese, so I speak both languages perfect. And German is a bit less perfect, but I'm trying to learn it. Yeah. So yeah, I got a picture of me. The one we did that didn't download it is a picture of me 12 years ago with tiny dogs. I don't know why. So first, my ESN Live, because I've been doing it for 1 year, actually, only. I started with the Welcome Week in Lausanne, and I began to doing a lot of events, really too many according to some people. And I became a board member for this semester as a Welcome Week coordinator for next September. So I'm working on it. And I participated with EGM Porto, so last April. It was in April, right? Yes. So among those, it was a lot of experience meeting new people, meeting people from other countries, meeting people also from Switzerland. And it was so inspiring. And yeah, I was organizing also events and staffing and always, traveling. Basically, it's what the stuff I do almost the best. But I'm not only at TSN, I'm doing other stuff, a lot of other stuff. I'm class representative, I'm also faculty representative in my university, so represent the students in the body that represents also the teachers, the employees, and the doctoral school. I'm member of the representation team of ADPOLI, which is the student association in my school. With 2 more minutes. So it's great, and it's contacted with the direction and the teachers, and participation of the delegate assembly of the FALSS in May, last one, and a lot of events like doing corporate. But a lot next year I will be working hopefully in an internship if I found one. Then my master thesis, and of course the Welcome Week in September. But at TSN, I want to keep at TSN and stay active at local level, but less than active. So I have a lot more time to spend on other activities like the MBA. That's why I'm applying. The plans for the position. First of all, it's transition goals, and now if I'm elected, it's in June, so we have to involve the actual education and youth officer to know about the actual project, to also know which, more precisely, the context we have with the other institution, like Movetia and FALSS and all the others. I want to know more about the SEC members. I've already met almost all of them, but I want to know more how they work. And as SWEC is a new identity, I think, the identity, yeah, right? One semester, it's just been here for 1 semester. We have to build strength for the foundations to keep the work for many years. More like long-term goals for next year, and maybe setting new projects for after. One thing I really want is mobility for all. That yes, I'm doing all, but I think that pointing out that 2 reasons that I've not seen a lot mentioned is the finances, because the huge problem for a lot of people that want to go and exchange, but actually they can't because of money, basically. And it's for people coming out of Switzerland. It happened more if people want to come in Switzerland. Life in Switzerland is so expensive. And also regardless of disabilities, because people who have dyslexia, people who have, or for example, in wheelchair, they don't have the material to come or the matter to go and to help them to learning. So yeah. Also, another goal is to encourage universities to do more for exchanges, because as for now, the system exists, and we can do more, because when you talk to other universities, it's remarked and you see that we can do much more in terms of diversification of the offers, like more universities, different lengths, like 1 semester, 1 year, or 2 years. 2 years maybe not, but like also in the degrees, not only in bachelor or in master, because some universities only proposing one of them. So yeah, and also not only at the university level, which I've written, but also at other levels. And the goals, among the goals that I know it's a dream, if we have Switzerland back in Erasmus Plus, it would be so great. But it will take more than 1 year, and I know that, and knowing policies, so it's bringing small steps to go there. Yeah, thank you. And yeah, my first name is David, not Simon, as a lot of you ever. So yeah. Questions?
Thank you very much. All right, the speakers list is open. Okay, damn, people, not everyone at once. So, yeah, try, yes. We'll start off with
Yes, Dana, yes,
okay, we're starting off with Jas, then Dana, then I think here, then Schnipp, then Oliver,
Johannes,
well, yeah, I'm trying to do the order that they actually raised their hands, but at some point there were 5. So, okay, Yusuf, Chantal, Axel, and then we'll see from there. All right, go ahead.
Okay. Oh, well. Yes, Switzerland. I'll be very brief. Thank you very much for your presentation. You mentioned mobility for all as a long-term goal. We started working on that with the Stick to Education 2 campaign. What other ways would you want to explore to advocate for mobility for all?
As I said, first, financial. Secondly, it's for everyone that has a lot of problem, but also to encourage. I think for all, it's also from different backgrounds. Like as education we got before, some of us have got the opportunity to travel and want to travel more, also a circle like that. But how? Yeah, I think I have to think more about that to gather more.
No, it's fine. It's already too many questions.
Thank you for your presentation, David. Yes, I didn't finish. I didn't start. Dana was a very current education officer here in Switzerland. So I would like to confront you with a case study, very small case study, very small case study. You find out that one of the university, let's say the University of Appenzell next year, but where we have a section, of course, has a drop in the amount of exchange students that are incoming and outgoing, like a sudden drop. What would you do?
One question, you said there was an ESN section there or not?
It's fictional.
Okay, fictional. So I would ask first the ESN section members if what's happened, what's going on in that place, to have a feedback from students. Why do they have that drop? Because often they got already an idea. If they have no idea and cannot tell, we can directly contact the IRO of that university to see why. Maybe they have got a few clues, and then if we can always go up, and then maybe the direction of the school, maybe there was some changes in the policies that are independent of the IROs, or just maybe that location is not anymore attractive. Also, it can be other stuff. But I think step by step from.
That's good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Lucia, main chair of SWEC. I have a question because I think that education and youth officer is one of the positions that requires
the most amount of knowledge more than maybe strategical things. One, I wanted to ask how you evaluate your knowledge of the Swiss education system, mobility, and that, and if you plan on maybe informing yourself on the situation besides the transition that you will have with Dana on the top.
So from a scale from 1 to 10, I would say it would be a 7 because I'm living in Switzerland for my entire life, so I know how it works, the Swiss system. I know the possibilities, but as I've always lived in the Swiss French part, I don't know the Swiss German part. I know some of them have similar practicals, some universities, some high schools, but I also want to see how other schools do, I would say, in the parts in which I don't speak the language. And the second question, how do I will have the transition with Dana? How do I get more information? I mean, by talking, by searching on internet, by talking with you, because I'm SWEC. I've seen the profiles of the actual SWEC. People coming from a bit all over Switzerland, from Switzerland, from also from Italy, from Swiss Italian parts. So having their experience and then searching on internet too.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Schnell, former education officer of PSM Switzerland. So you said in the presentation that Erasmus Plus was a dream. Does that mean you see it as a not realistic goal? And then my question per se is, how do you evaluate the chances for it to happen in the next years?
In the next years, I mean, in the next year, 1 year, it's impossible for me because we just in 1 year, join Erasmus. But in 3 years, it would be complicated to join Erasmus, I think, because all the politics just fall off. The discussion between Switzerland and European Union just stopped, actually. So, and Erasmus Plus is a weapon from the Union, from the UA against Switzerland. No, but as for other stuff like economics, so as long as some other stuff are not dealt, it would take a lot of time, and I think 3 years would be a minimum to join Erasmus.
Just the Swiss. The Swiss side just made a proposal to EU to start having new talks. So I think it would be a good idea to look at it, to look at what's going on. But it's the negotiation is starting again.
Okay, I've not seen that. Yeah, I've not seen that pass in the news.
Sure.
Oliver, not that far.
There.
Oliver from Winterthur. My first question is, you mentioned a lot the financial side of that people don't go to an exchange because of financial. From my experience, the bigger hurdle is that the grades are usually not high enough, because that is usually then also the financial part gets taken care of. And for a lot of people, high grades are either unattainable due to disabilities or just through other life circumstances. So what do you want to do about that?
This is a bit journey because I don't know the system. I know how it works in my school, in my university, and it's request really high grades to go on exchange. And that's true that it's something that we all have always complained with my friends that, oh, why do we need that grade? And even with the excuse of the teachers, I think it's not really interesting. They are not good excuses. They are using it against us to keep that level of grade. What we can do is to ask best practices from other universities, I think, from outside of Switzerland, because sometimes others don't have that level, that grade requirement to go on exchange. So maybe if other universities with similar background, like going to search for, from what I know, polytechnical schools to see if they need a grade to go on exchange. Say, oh, but they're doing that. Why don't we do that? And doing that. And at least as first step, as a second step, I think think more.
And can you then put me on for another question?
Yeah, I was just about to ask, are there other questions? Yes. Oliver, another time. Snape, another time. Otherwise, I would propose to close the speakers list. Are there any objections? No? Okay, speakers list is closed.
Johannes, ESN FHNW, LR. My question would be that, or firstly, you told us a lot of your to-dos and what you're planning to do this upcoming year. Do you plan to do this all by yourself, or are you thinking about opening up board support positions, and which ones would these be?
I don't think I need to open new board position for now, because I don't know how the workload yet. And as there is already 4 people in the board support in the SWAC team, so we'll see how we will get around with those 5 people if I get elected. And if we feel as a team together that we need someone else, we will open a new board position, but only if we need as a team. Youssef on the back.
Wow, cool. Nice. Hi, Youssef. Yes, I'm Bugano, currently. I just have a question more about collaboration with the rest of the NB, since now education officer is an NB member. How do you see yourself collaborating with the rest of the members, and how do you see yourself working with them in a sense?
I think that working with them is like working with people that you know. The first goal is to know each other well. Like I know Yas for a few times now. I've met other people, and you are the part of the people I know less. So knowing you outside of work, but also how you work, and then it would be better to go on. And I don't have any problem with working with anyone, as long as people just are here working and just working their own, helping each other and giving advices to when needed.
Chantal.
Chantal, future Weissenar. You were talking about the diversification of the university programs. How would you approach the universities, or how would you like to approach this one?
I would, first of all, knowing what each university does, and say maybe just coming to an university, what other universities do, and say, just they do that, why it's not possible we do, and asking them politely, of course, and seeing if it could be a change, and then and showing also the benefits of having other possibilities, like saying, and I know a few people that think going out 1 year is too long, and others going out 1 semester, they will go, but they would like to go more time. And after some can go on for another semester, but I think it's more sharing views and then showing them the advantage of having such variety. That's answered the question.
Thank you. Axel is next, and I would ask you to keep the questions and the answers shorter than we have until now, because we're running out of time. Thanks.
Axel, ESNCH. So I have a question. As a national board, you will need at the beginning of the mandate to be, it's a lot, quite I'm sorry. You need to be focused because it's a new mandate. There is a lot of strategical discussion to have and to choose. And also, you will be at the head of the education team. So you will need also to focus on it to choose the right direction where the team will go. And at the same time, you will also be at the head of a 23 people committee for the Welcome Week in Lausanne. So I just want to ask you, where are your priorities for this summer?
I mean, for now, I'm not leaving on holidays this summer, sadly. But so I would have a lot of time to learn a lot, to go on with that work, to go everything. The month of September will be a month really interesting and really tiring at the same time. Apart from that September month, I think we can do a lot of work before, like in July and August. And September, I will focus more on the Welcome Week because it's coming. And after focus again on the education officer with a full commitment. So yeah, maybe 2 weeks outside of national, more outside of national life.
Thank you. Oliver is next. Careful, Q. Just like nice.
Oliver from ESN Lucerne. Now it's kind of a comment to his because it's a very similar question. My question was more, you're starting an internship and you also have other things like semester speaker, I don't remember what the names were. And from like, if I were a recruiter in a company, I would see someone that has already several things in his life. I would ask, like, why would I choose you over someone else? And can you guarantee me that you actually can give us 100%?
One thing is that time management is the first step, and you can do it. Like, I know when I will be working, I will just focus on the work. But once I stop working, just once I go out of the company, I can start doing other stuff that I will do for, I would say for myself, but for others too. And the national board position would be like on the time I would spend outside of the working hours. And if I need a call, I will take that call, but I will try more often to do it outside of the working hours. So showing the fully commitment at work, and yeah, time management is something that is important.
Reaction from Jas, then Schneep, and then Schneep for his question.
Yes, in Switzerland. My reaction is about the availability. I actually was in the same position as David this year, and actually it works. The only tricky thing is taking calls with stakeholders during the day. That's the only thing that you'll need to figure out. You also have, vacation days, etc., for events if you want to attend them. So there's always a way, and David will find his way as well. So it's always good.
Yeah, my quick reaction is that it's not only about calls. Yeah, okay. Schneeb, responsible for international politics at XAJ. My reaction was about the availability part. It's not only about calls, it's about trips. There is a EIE in September, which is during the week. There is the community meeting of education officers,
Erasmus upgrade,
which is starting at least on a Friday, maybe even a Thursday, if I remember correctly. There are a few things. Erasmus reference group is going to be during the working days for sure. So quickly, yes or no question, are you ready to take a few vacation days for this summer?
I will probably have to already for the welcome week. For the EAIE, I don't think I will be able to go there because it's at the same time of the welcome week. But on the other days, I can take 1 free day. I think I'm ready to do it for that. Yeah.
Cool. And that was the quick reaction. And the proper question is actually more of an understanding question. What do you think are ways of having an impact in the field of education as ESN Switzerland?
ESN Switzerland is, yeah, I mean, ESN in general is like the voice of the students who go on exchange and who wants on coming on exchange. So from that, we have a voice because we represent people that are here just for one semester, 1 year often, or go away one semester, 1 year. And we have that power that we represent some bodies, some people that are just not represented otherwise. And I think that's the main strength of ESN.
All right, thank you very much. Another big applause for your applicant. Let's continue. Sarah, do you want to come up to the stage and take it away?
Alright, I have a little headache, so I need really to focus. So hello everyone, my name is Sarah. I'm applying for project manager and I'm going to present you to now who I am and what I would like to do as project manager. Okay, so I'm a member of the section ESN FHNW since 2 years. And this August, I will finish my mandate as president. And as you can see in the bottom, I attended also some national events. And this year, I even had the opportunity to go to an international event at EGM. At EGM, I also saw that we could profit a lot from other ESN countries on their projects that they have. And so I'm really looking forward to, like take advantage of other countries that have awesome projects that we could get inspiration from them. So yeah, finishing my president mandate, I'm also finishing my studies. I had 2 awesome years. On the left, you see my team, and on the right, you see some people that are actually, I went to EGM, and yeah, I just thought that it's too soon to leave ESN, and then I thought, what is the position where I can most bring in my skills, also my experience in the local section, because of it, in the position of a president, of course, you see a lot. You see everything that is going on, all the struggles. So then I thought that the project manager would be the perfect position, also based on the professional skills that I could gain within the last 2 years. You can see I have 3 main pillars of experience. First in the travel industry, then my studies in business psychology, as well as my most recent experiences in the IT industry. And I wrote down some skills that I think that are essential or that could be helpful for the as a take advantage of what I gained during my professional experience. Okay, that was about me. Now I'm going to tell you what I would like to do. First, I did a quick analysis of the current situation, and this icon is not planned to be like this. Anyway, okay, so these are more or less pain points or things that ESN Switzerland has as challenges or things they could improve. It's about network engagement or more or less network involvement in projects related to causes. For that, I would like also to take advantage in the collaboration with the network care and development team for also maybe implement some training about things about the causes, but also push exchange of knowledge that we have. Then we have sustainable projects. So I think we still have some projects that are active now, but from those of the past, I miss a little bit the long-term impact that they have in ESN Switzerland in general. So the plan would really be that from now on, all the projects that we do it in a sustainable way. This doesn't mean that we need to push everything ASAP and do big projects, because then maybe it is a lack of sustainable development for the future. And last but not least, we could also, for the project manager, use external collaborations, sorry, to do work on the project for the causes. So I choose two of the causes right now. So I thought that we could improve on the Swiss guide in relation to culture. As a background, I did my bachelor thesis about the needs of exchange students. And there I realized that actually a lot of information they require or they would like to have about Switzerland in general is covered by our Swiss guide. But still, I think we could promote it better, especially at the beginning of the semester. And there I would need the help of our communication manager so that we could plan it appropriately. Other things, you can see the network icon on the other two culture initiatives that I would have. So for the knowledge transfer, of course, this applies to all the causes. I just put it there because I know, or yeah, I assume that all of the section have at least events covering the cause of culture, because this is of course a big thing. And then I would like also to push a little bit more the intercultural exchange, because for culture, we mostly think about giving the exchange students information about the Swiss culture. But as you maybe know, intercultural competence is one of the, is a very important skill, especially if we think about the topics such as global citizen, people traveling. So this is an important thing. And this could also, of course, then be combined with social inclusion for that we could, sorry, I'm missing the word, but that the mobility programs are also promoted better at schools, and this could be a connection point there. For health and well-being, of course, we have the topic Connect, where I would like to include a health and well-being officer as board support that could help also NEM, and then of course the OC to work on that. Here you can see the collaboration icon, because I thought maybe we could work starting to work with other partners, maybe even sponsors, so that for that event. And another collaboration possibility would be continuing on ESN Safe project, where we could include a responsible party. And last but not least, I would like to point out that I think health and well-being, there are a lot of maybe services that are available for mental health, or even the sports program in our schools. They're also about health and well-being. But it's important that we make them also visible to our international students and that they're accessible. So I think this would be a first step in that cause, that we would start promote all the things and services that we already have. And then of course we could build on that and establish a bigger program. For the other causes, you can check the candidates block. I left some comments on there because I don't have time to elaborate on everything. And basically that was it. And I'm curious what your questions are. Thank you very much.
All right, are we ready, Lara, for the speakers list? You're so ahead of me. Okay, speakers list is open. Please go ahead. We have Elena, we have Chantal, then Yuri, Dana, Yas.
able to at the same time.
So there is a procedure from the MB. We will have first both of the presentations and then ask the questions to the candidates. Thank you, Sarah, for your presentation. We'll see you now. No. Hi, so I'm going to present our project manager, who I am. Okay, it's okay. So I'm Laura. I'm from Geneva. In September, I'm going to do my master thesis, hopefully. And I'm in ESN since September 19. So my positions in ESN, I've been manager for more than 1 year, even like 2 years, as an excursion coordinator. I've been, I was head of OC for the Welcome Week, teaching all weekend, but unfortunately it was during the COVID. And in many OCs, like in local and national OCs, for logistics, staff, registration, etc., manager, and even animation coordinator for the Swiss Carnival. And I staffed and organized a lot of events. So yeah, I even received an ESN award this year. So yeah. So my what my ideas for the as project manager. So I'll focus now for 3 causes because I can't talk about all of them. So sustainability, I like that in all our events we be more and more sustainable. Like because sometimes it's really difficult. I know that it's really difficult for small section, but I think we always can improve. And even in our committees, for instance, when we have team buildings, maybe not doing something or like team buildings and things like that. Maybe not take the cars, but find somewhere where we can go by train and things like that. For health and well-being, so I would like to do ESN Safe also. Like I think it's one of the main projects that we should do, and mental health in local sections, because I could see that a lot of people in the board just do a lot of things and they are not really good. Yeah, they feel bad. And yeah, and social inclusion. So in our events, in the Swiss Guide and in general, because when we are in the committees, and how I would like to implement that with guidelines. So then the section can realize what and how to improve, like guidelines and questionnaire. In the events like next, national, local, and intersections, and working with the section manager, so I could know the needs of the section, because I think small and bigger one don't have the same needs. But then if I work with the section manager, I will know what they need and then give them the good tools. And finally, have a project with my team and the network or some other association. So I would like that my team could give me some ideas, because I don't think that I have all the information, all the ideas and things like that. And also ask people for small projects in the network or in other association, because I don't think that we will have the necessary skills for everything. And thank you for your attention. All right, so we'll try again. Sarah, would you join us again, please? And okay, so this time we're gonna have two people here answering your questions. I didn't open the speakers list yet. You can still put your answer. Okay. Well, I wanted to say something more before we do that, but sure, go ahead. Please, to you too, also use public. You know, if one of your answers is applicable for you as well, just say, okay, I was covered by the person talking before me, to not have all the same answers. And yeah, so speakers list. Everyone raise their hands. Who wants to ask a question? Amazing. Please put down your hands if you're already on the speakers list. So you want to be added again? Oh, okay.
I'm still like, but I won't be added.
All right. Then Chantal, Axel, Lucia, Yas again. Everyone good for now? All right, then please go ahead. We need the cube.
Just a quick question. You guys have extra patterns? Because like it's still on, but it's on red, so it's less than 2 hours.
Perfect. Nice. Yes, and Switzerland. Thank you both very much for presentations. It's a role that is very dear to my heart. So I'm glad that it's developing, and we have two candidates now. My first question, it's not been like a priority or not as known on the local level. So how would you improve that and improve the collaboration with the sections?
Just to clarify, are all the questions for both of us?
Sorry, this one is for both.
Please direct the question to the person that you wanted to ask.
Okay. I'm going to quickly start. So I already mentioned while answering Theo's question on the blog that I think preparation is key, and that would involve the collaboration with the sections, that we could maybe like make them more aware, including events with causes in their semester program. So I think the collaboration would maybe take place in the beginning phase, but of course during the semester, of course, it's good to catch up. Then also, of course, we have the social impact days that we can then exchange each other and each other's ideas, of course. And I think with the collaboration with the network, it's also very important that you grab all the ideas that they have. Maybe someone has a good idea for a project, and of course we could pick it up and maybe see if this is a project that we could do. So this is really important that of course the network has a word in that. Yeah.
As she said, I'm almost agree with everything, but I would like to add also for a few things, like for some events, maybe work with the NEM, because I think the NEM, she will know more the project, the event managers in the section, because and even for the needs with the section manager, as I said, because the president and the VP knows more what they have, what are the needs and what they would like to improve. Maybe I think they couldn't do all the courses in 1 year, the every section. So maybe just to know with the section manager what they would like to do. Thank you. Also, just because we just had it, if you already answered something on the blog, you don't have to repeat it. You can just say, I answered in our blog, and then we can continue. Yeah, I know, but just in general. Next up.
Yeah, Schneeb, alumni ESN PFL. My question goes to both of you. And I think most of the room is convinced that we have two good candidates for the position here. And so my question goes to what happens after one of you get elected. Would you see yourself working with each other anyways, maybe in the form of a board supporting position?
Please see candidates blog.
Thank you.
I didn't really answer in the candidate blog because I didn't want that this could impact her election. Maybe because if we say okay, I also want to be in the DS, and maybe if only one of us say that, so then you will vote for the other one. So yeah, but I think both of us would like to work together. In any case.
Thank you for your answer.
Is it me? Okay. Dana, education officer is in Switzerland. Yeah, I'll be honest with you, this is a position that I still understand the least at the national level, even after like being a national board at so many years. And what I would like to understand from you is there will be these different projects, but how do you see working on this? Because it's a lot of projects in the end. Do you see having coordinators for this project that you will manage as this project suggests, or do you see yourself being more involved in this project? How interested are you at actually working in this project versus having people that will be fully working with them independently? And my question was to both of you.
What I would like is I can't do all the projects because I don't have an infinite time in my life, unfortunately. But I think on the main project, I would like to work with them and then give the possibility to the team to have their own project and work with their own like together, and then have like few meetings in a month or in a semester to talk about the projects, and then have like brainstorm about everything, because I think more ideas we have, better it is.
I agree on that. What I would like to add is that for now, I don't know yet what or how many team members I would need. I think I would take into consideration having like a discussion with the national level to see, okay, which projects would want to be prioritized. I mentioned in my presentation the health and well-being officer. I think this would be, of course, then a priority. Also have someone who's working on environmental sustainability, as we have already projects there, and that we should continue working on that because it's important, of course. But I would then also work on projects, maybe just focus on one and giving the rest then to the team and just coordinate with each other. But I think the main thing is that you yourself are also engaged. I think that's important.
Céline, ESN Switzerland. Actually, this will sound like a follow-up on Dana's question, because my question was, you're probably going to have to work with people, work with a team, and I was wondering how confident are you in your ability to lead the team, to manage the team, and find the right balance between doing things yourself and also delegate to people so that you can achieve other goals. So yeah, how confident are you in your ability? So question for both of you.
So I think this question is easy to answer for me because I was a president of a local section. So you have already a team. I had a team of around 15 people, which I led. I felt really comfortable in that. And not that I like being the boss, but it's just more, I like consulting people, being there to help. That's the main thing I like. And I think I already did that during my presidency, that I did some tasks myself. So I'm kind of used to that because I would feel bad only delegating. So I think that's, yeah, that would be possible. First comment or first should Laura answer? Yeah, I guess.
The cube, please. Cube.
Johannes, ASN FHNW. Yes, I am, but you know, with abbreviations, it's always tricky. So as Sarah was my president for the last year and before, I can second that she really achieved a lot in this year with this section. For example, we managed to organize a bi-yearly meeting with the vice president of our uni. So this is really a huge achievement for us and for ESN FHNW. So I can voucher for her leadership qualities.
So I wasn't president, but I was a few times head of LC, and I think it's like also managing a team and giving them some things to do. Yeah. So yeah, and let them to be alone and work alone, and then have also like feedback and things like that. And so I think I can give them so
I go. Okay. Elena, National Treasurer. So my question is related, I mean, to all of this, of course. It's really a practical thing. So I read both of your candidacies, I mean, really nice, and all of the projects. I mean, ideas. I love this flowing of ideas. I think it's really great. But everything comes with a price. So basically, at the moment, as it is, the project and causes have really limited amount of budget. I've seen something in your presentation like collaboration things, but it's really true that not everything can be achieved in such a short term, mostly related to partnership collaboration. I know it very well, but so what, do you have any plans how to like get and do some of these projects financially? Because I mean, I don't know if you know, but for now it's like 1,000 francs per cause, and it's for the 5 that we have at least besides education, which is a different budget. So what do you think about this? How will you solve this? Because do you have an idea?
For me, maybe we could try to find some partners on some causes. For instance, what she said about the I don't remember the name. No, not the name. Party responsible. Responsible party. Yeah. So yeah, and I think we could find a few others for, I don't know, for instance, about sustainability or things like that, and then we can talk to them and work with the partnership manager and ask him to find some some partners with this kind of films, and and then it could be not only for that but also what I think it's not really clear, sorry, but yeah, and
it's
also
hard, it's not
and also maybe work with some association, because maybe they would like some fees, but maybe we can have lower fees to ask them, and then do workshops, and then have more information and things like that. I don't know if it's
go ahead.
I think the projects that I have in mind would, especially in the initial phase, not require that much budget. It would be more on establishing certain things, but then of course partnerships, as you mentioned, with the partnership manager would be a good collaboration. And I mean, if we would do some projects, maybe also on intersectional basis, we could maybe apply for a grant or ask the sections if they want to really participate in something that they would also participate financially. I don't know. So, but to be honest, I have like not a concrete picture of the financial situation to answer this question with a lot of clarity.
Oliver ESN Lucerne. My question is specifically at Laure. Okay. Do you have any work experience outside of ESN in partnership, project management?
Not really in project manager, but I have a lot of experience, like work experience. And so in most of them, even if it's not for project managing, I learned a lot. For instance, how to talk to people and things like that. How to, for instance, I worked in a like as a data analyst, and so if even if I couldn't, even if I didn't learn about the causes of ESM, like something like about that, but I learned really a lot of things that could improve my my knowledge about other things like soft skills. And yeah, and I don't want to tell you what I did because I really worked a lot. So yeah, I think I have like more than six experience. I think even more. So yeah, I don't know if it's okay.
Yeah.
Isidre ESN Lugano. Actually, I did the same question of Yas, but now I have another question related to that about your involvement with the local sections. Regarding the area of your projects, which project area you see more for local, address more for local section, and which more for the national level, and why? For both of you, this is a question.
So I think for the local sections there, you could always do something on like a small scale, right? Easy causes is culture, as I mentioned, health and well-being. And for other things where I would rather consider the national level or just, yeah, is maybe things such as skills and employability. But of course, you could also in your local section hold a workshop about a skill or whatever. I mean, it doesn't mean that you can't do it, but it's more the like the network of knowledge, or it's I think easier than on a national level. Also for maybe social inclusion, when you want to do Erasmus in schools and stuff like that, that you would maybe need the support of the NL. Yeah. And I think that's it.
Yeah, as she said, I think employability and also education is more for the national level, and the others we can focus on like more theoretical things in the national level, and then the local section can implement other things. But I think in the national level it will be more theoretical than practical. Yeah. Because we are not with the Erasmus.
Thank you, and thank you for your application.
Thank you. Chantal, before you go, I would propose to close the speakers list after, who is the last one? Axel. No? Sorry. I didn't see. After Elena. Are there any objections? Okay, speakers list is closed. Please go ahead.
Chantal, ESN Switzerland. I'm not stating my position anymore. I had a question for Sarah, and afterwards I wanted to generalize it a bit to ask you both. You were talking about that you gained a lot of experience on the EGM, or that you were inspired. Was there a specific project that you thought, oh, I really want to implement that one from another section or from another NO, that inspired you to implement here in ESN Switzerland? And also for Laure, to make it also more general, do you have a specific project, maybe also from another association, which really was intriguing and you think it would be great to implement it for ESN Switzerland?
So like the most insight, of course, I got during the ESN Awards where they like presented all the projects. I do not have one specifically in mind because I didn't read them recently, like within the past few days. But what I remember, what I was impressed is that they did projects together with local associations. And I think that would be something that we could work on. I don't want to specify any topic because before saying things, I would like to clarify the feasibility of the project. So yeah.
So, okay. Last year after the third ENE, I read all the projects that were awarded for last year. So yeah. And so many projects gave me many like ideas and things like that, but from the moment I don't remember which one it was, and I have to read them again like her. And yeah, but it was last year. So yeah. And I think what we could is really create a new event, hopefully with the name that a national event that could be more about one of the causes. And yeah, I know the NEG is for health and well-being, but another one, and during the social impact days.
Thank you.
Axel, ESMCH, thanks for both your application. So I noticed that often the most popular causes are always the same, and we could see it in your application. If you try to have a board support position, for example, doing some stuff with employability and skills, there will probably have no one applying. So I just want to ask, do you want to focus only on causes, or if there is no one to do it, are you gonna do something about it?
Okay, hopefully, I hope that there will be someone. If there isn't, I think it's better to focus only on those that we are, that we feel good and competent about them, because I don't think that I have the skills for the employability code, and I won't do something that couldn't be couldn't be I don't know what I want to say, but yeah, like it couldn't be due for more than 1 year, and only something that is not really good. Yeah, and I think it's better to do not few things, but things that are good, and not like other and more and more and more that are not really okay.
So if I wouldn't be able to fill a position, I think I would then like reanalyze the situation and just take the priorities, because working on all the causes or on multiple causes takes, of course, a lot of resources also from a human perspective. So when I would, let's say, find no one for skills and employability, and then I would maybe refocus and say, okay, is there maybe something small I could do on that part? And then maybe people see, okay, it's not even that hard to do something. I'm going to apply. The position is reopened, or when the poll is going to open. But of course, I wouldn't want to do too much capacity, and that I could deprioritize another project for that moment.
Yes.
Yeah. No. Okay. Yes, in Switzerland. So my question is about the ESN awards. So this year we have had one application from ESN, from two sections from ESN Switzerland, but not more. And I think there's a lot of room for improvement. And I think it's also a way to recognition, also to get some sort of, sense of pride in what we do. So how would you work? Would you work on a project to get an award, or would you? How would you motivate these actions to come up with projects that could fit in?
So I think I wouldn't actively promote a project just to get an award, because if you don't get the award, people will get frustrated, they drop the project. That's not sustainable, right? So it would be rather the other approach, that if there is a project that we realize, oh, there is the potential, that then we start pushing it for an award, right? But of course, I mean, the project needs to be of a certain size that we can really apply. So as I planned mostly small things, I would need to see if we even start any bigger projects this year, and then check, okay, should we really go for the award or not?
Okay, I think it's not good to do something for an award, because it's not the good start to begin this project. And so I think to promote it, it's more like show to the section, or that maybe this project or this event, or I don't know, could be could have an award, and then okay, maybe you could focus a little bit more about this project or event. And yeah, and I also agree with what she said. So yeah.
No, not Elena, National Treasurer. So my question is mostly for Sarah. You mentioned your presentation, but I mean, you can answer as well if you want. If you mentioned the National Erasmus Games and some things that you might thinking about doing it, like collaboration and to get money as well for it. But and do you have any ideas or some about international Erasmus Games as well? Because this is also something that comes after, I would say, NEG, and it's something that we should also as a project. I believe it's like health and being as well. And do you have any ideas on that?
So, just to recap, is the question just about IEG or also for NEG?
It's for IEG and NEG, yes.
Okay.
To elaborate, yes, on NEG and also on IG, like financially and not.
Well, first for NEG, I had in mind just maybe for partnership for some like sports, not brands, but just companies that also would like to about sports, that they care about it. It could be, I mean, it could be even some sponsors that they would give us some goodies or some healthy snacks or whatever. I mean, that's also some kind of indirect financial support, right? Of course, we have Nova Sport. I don't know how the situation is there, because on our local level, they were not really interested in our schools. So I don't know how it is on the NL, but and we have an organization that I think for IG, we would need to prove more on a NEC level, that we say, okay, we have our NECs and it's great. We have actually people also going to the international Erasmus game, and then maybe ask them for financial support once they see. But I think, I don't know how big the request would be for the financial support, but I think it would be more of a step-by-step process. Depending if it's a bigger sponsor, then you could kind of present it as a package and say, look, we have these two events. Would you be willing to support us?
And then a comment. No, go answer. It's a general thing.
Okay. As she said, to have some partners, and even like with the sport federation or things like that, because I think they have more grants that more that they could give us than grants, and yeah, and yeah, I think it could be
a comment on these. Yeah, that I wanted to mention as well. I think also it might be really important to do like sports related and like grants, because I think that's something that is feasible, and I've seen it a lot, not only in Switzerland, also in other NOs. They have really big grants, and it's just going like applying project grants for these. And I hope that whoever will be elected, it also will help also in the implementation, like grant mapping for these, and also on the grant side, maybe help on the grant application, because that's what we need as well a lot.
All right, thank you very much. In case you're wondering, it's 20 minutes now. It's 20 minutes now, just in case you were wondering. Okay, next up, we're gonna have the AC candidates. So first Schmidt and then Dana.
Yeah, just one thing. If it's possible for we would like to share the question together. So we have saving time. Yeah. No, was it in 5 minutes? 20 minutes.
That's come here.
All right. So I'm really happy to present my candidacy for advisor, member of the advisory council. Yeah, go ahead. I don't know if I have a clicker. Yeah. Yeah, I'm happy to do it myself. So I'll be very brief. I'll just state my past positions. I'm an ESNer. I started in ESN in February 2018 within the Welcome Week. In July 2019, I became a National Education Officer as a full NB member. And in July 2021, I transitioned to become the Web Project Administrator, as you can see here, which is the position I hold at that precise moment. But even as a WPA, I think I've been always really active also international level, to giving insights in the strategical orientation of ESN Switzerland, and I realized that's actually what I like to do the best. My motivation, in a few lines. One of the things I saw among my 4 years experience in ESN is that I would like to loss of knowledge during the pandemics, which is totally understandable, and I think my experience will help retrieving some things that were probably done before the pandemic. So I think that we should have that were not really passed over because of the lack of events for more than 1 year. I would like also to still have an active implication in the company for the association to Russell Cross on the future, being very active with these guys over here for that campaign. This is like a big an action that we did in Bern for the petition that we launched with our petition, and for which we got more than 100,000 signatures. And then that we gave to the Federal Council, the official answer for that. So yeah, for Campaign for Erasmus, and then as a member of the Committee of SAGE, so the Youth Council of Switzerland, which is regrouping all youth organizations, be it the Scouts or specific and thematic or youth organizations. I think it's good to have that connection with them as we are a member, and that's also why I would like to be there also to advise the national level on the cooperation. Nice. Cool. If someone can explain that dingo thing, I would be happy. Yeah, dingo.
It's a thing that we don't know about.
Okay.
What's happening?
Good. So that was my candidacy on the stage with Charles.
Thank you very much.
Well. Sorry, what? Yes, no, maybe. I don't know. Hello, everyone. Now it's my presentation for AC because that's what you need in a heat wave. Let's get a bit personal. A few words about myself. I'm old. I mean, relative to ESN age, not as old as Elena, but I've been in ESN. I've been also for 4 years now in this. In 3 words, I would say that I'm expressive, I'm patient, I'm diplomatic, and I have a great attention to details. Well, I'm not that attentive to details. I would see myself as a professional university grab and crosser. I often travel between the different continents, but I work in Zurich as a consultant in the life sciences. So consulting, you get it. I'm something of a scientist myself. I studied engineering, so I also have this rational mindset. And an inspirational quote motivating my application is, would I rather be feared or loved? Easy, both. I want people to be afraid of how much they love me. This is my career in ESN so far. My path, as you can see, it's rather non-linear. I started also at the local level as a naive active member, then went on to be the VP of the section, an ambitious local president, again a passive member during COVID, an optimistic national president again during COVID, a more realistic education officer, and finally now a complete newbie in Zurich. And soon to be alumni, or maybe not, you decide. No, Zurich, I always stay. Come on. In key numbers, I've been to 9 NAs, even though before they weren't called an NA and a P, to 5 events, 8 international events, so also around a bit. Some achievement, unfortunately, you can see all of them here. Oh yeah, thank you. I've been involved in most of the review and translation and restructuration of the ESN Switzerland statutory events, statutory documents, and also the restructuring of the structure of the national level. So these kind of things, I really know the SOS by heart. You can quote me on that and ask me any question you want. No, that's not true. Other achievement during the presidency, I was really glad to see us join the National Youth Council, have a new grant. So I also have a good image of the growth of the network in that sense, and what we should take into account when ESN Switzerland is growing. I got Switzerland to rejoin Erasmus+. No, not that one. We tried. And the next one now, if it moves. Thank you. What I would bring to the AC now for the projects that I have. First of all, I would like to monitor a bit better the compliance with this SOS, because I feel sometimes those are like our rules and sometimes we don't know them that well and sometimes we forget about them. So as AC, I would be really like to remind of these rules sometimes and to review the changes that have been on the SOS to see the impact that they have on the long term and also recommend amendments if necessary. I would like to improve, maintain and improve the mediation process provided by the AC. So this is a very important process, I think, because whenever there is an issue in the national level, in the sections between the national level and the sections or whatever you can think of, the AC has this role of being an independent party, a third party that can be here to help the situation be resolved in a good way. So here we could evaluate together the current code of conduct with the national level to see if it can be improved or not. And also consult and work with the national level to establish a more reliable mediation process, really that anyone from you could come to us and if you have any issue. I would like to investigate on the need and the feasibility of a procedural audit. So we have an advisory board now. We have a financial audit that is in charge of checking that the numbers check out, but we don't have a procedural audit that some countries do. What they would do is basically kind of the point from above is that they are the legal people, because I don't have a legal background and just know the status by now, but they are the best one to know what is needed or not, basically. And also an arbitration board, that would be something that would take care of the mediation. That's something that the alumni also recommended, but we need to see if we need that or not. So this is based on discussion that we would have with you. And finally, the last point that I would like to bring is the formalized interview process for the national board and the board support candidates. Because right now, basically, the statutes say that if you're a candidate, you should talk with the AC, and that's all. So it's very, very unclear about what happens during that talk, actually. And what I would like to is formalize a bit better and like have also a more transparent process. For example, the AC should create a report for the sections. Everyone can consult this and see what has been discussed during this call, what recommendation there's been, something more formal than just right now what we have. And it needs to be transparent as well. And of course, the rest is providing advice and our experience to the network as the current AC has been doing so well. That's all.
You can stay and Schmidt, you can join us again. And then I would open speakers list. So we have Selim and Lucia for now. Selim, Lucia, Chantal, Lucia. Yeah, well, you can start already.
Celine, yes, in Switzerland. I have a question for Dana. You mentioned knowing the stakeholders by heart. So I would like you to finish Article 11.1. The AC has consultative function and
the board support cannot ask questions.
This is that. Yes.
And suggest the number of ND members.
Yes. And supports the ND by securing the knowledge transfer within yes in Switzerland. That's the job you want to do, huh?
Hello, Lucia, current member of the advisory council. I have my first question is how do you envision improving the communication strategy between the advisory council and the national level? Because that's something that I noticed in my mandate that it was not very well defined. And if you have any ideas to improve this.
2 words, communication channel. Like you need to define one communication channel that the 2 will use. And for now, like this year has been, is it mail? Is it like sending a message to one person?
There's one Telegram chat that was created at a certain point.
Who was on it?
That's
so you need to define this kind of things, right?
Yes, exactly. It wasn't well defined, or else it was just private consultation, basically.
We should avoid that.
Yeah.
Actually, I would like to elaborate on that. I was about to have a close answer, which is not about the channel itself, but it's about the people that are involved in that communication. And I think addressing to only the presidency as only, I don't know, the EVP is not being advising the entire national level. A lot of things go through them, and I think we will be more efficient if we try to address the entire national level by joining the calls or by having a group chat with the entire sorry, NB, I want to say, the entire NB in the chat. So the information is really passed over.
I have a comment. Reaction. I think this is great, and we tried this a lot with the advisory council. We tried to participate to all the calls. It's also a question of
receiving the information from the national level that was sometimes lacking, and also accepting our consultation and comments, and not but that's
I mean, in the end, if the national board doesn't listen to the AC, even though the AC really like communicates well, then the AC should say this, if this is an important matter, that it will be brought up to the network. Where if it's an NA coming, it could be an NA, or if it's a more urgent matter, it could be to have by a general mail to the network. And actually, if I'm not wrong, you need to consult the SOS. If it's really urgent, then an extraordinary NA can be called.
Chantal, yes, in Switzerland. Thank you very much for your presentation. My question is mainly about the formalization of the candidacy procedure you presented to Ghana. I think it's a good, like we also prove that the advisory council is also more included in the candidacies, etc. Sometimes it can be also a little bit scary to talk to the advisory council. I'm not saying that it's the position itself, but yeah, you have the image. How would you approach the people more on a personal level, or be more approachable than being the ones giving advice and not something else, for example? It's like for both questions, the question goes to both.
It really goes around the image that the AC has in the end. It's like also if they come to the events, they should look like an independent party still, but it's not that it's not here to, first of all, judge anyone or criticize, but they're really here to help. And if they can just feel supported by this image, that can work very well. But I think, as Luca also said on Slack, it's good to have a good dynamic within the AC, like the AC members answering, having some kind of good cop, bad cop strategy, maybe. This kind of things can help.
Yeah, I can add a little bit. I think one of the keys of being approachable is being not only something remote, but being there at events. And I think we'll, the three of us, because there is a concept, we also have the other coordinator, which will be elected in one. I think within the three of us, we can manage to be there at every community weekend, at every NA, at least one of us, so that we know affected, approach informally at any occasion.
Just to add again on one aspect, right now the task of the advisory council there is a lot of tasks. Basically, we're doing a procedure audit, because we are checking also that all the regulation or the statutory are followed. We're also doing arbitration, and we're also doing advisory. So basically, in the end, we all have this task, and we need to kind of have different caps when we use this, because you approach people differently based on what you are doing.
Yes,
again,
sorry, Lucia, before you go, I would propose to close the speakers list after Laura's question. Does anyone oppose? No. Okay, thank you. Speakers list is closed.
Okay, Lucia, yes, in Switzerland. The last question I have is something that me and Valerie noticed a lot, was that we were also coming out of the national level right away and entering the advisory council position. And this also meant that we were quite close to the national level, personally, relationship-wise. And sometimes this is hard, because it's sometimes easier because you can talk with people, but sometimes it makes things harder. Do you think you have the personality to be objective and not let emotions come into play with certain aspects or situations?
It was mentioned in Dana's presentation that he's a scientist, he's an analytical mind. I think I'm super rational myself as well. I'm also an analytical person, and we will have also clear processes to analyze situations in a way that on the moment we know the processes we have to rely on, so that your emotion don't have a place in there, because it's black and white what is the procedure for such or such situation happening. Of course, we cannot foresee every case, but at least most typical situation we have process for that. And the other thing is that I want to bring up is that my significant experience as a national board member was in 2019, 2020. So it's been 2 years already. I think it's exactly the amount of time that we expect from an NB member to then apply for an advisory position.
Comment.
Yes, hello, Laura. Yes, in Switzerland. You mentioned the third member of the advisory council, the so-called alumni coordinator. How would you envision to work with them, the alumni together? Or or because this year we had 2 people, so they split the task a bit. So in case if we would do that again, we would have not just 3 but 4 people on the but how would you envision working together?
That's a good question, and it's like kind of evolved into a thing where the AC, the alumni coordinator, now Theo, is kind of active when they can, and they have more this role maybe of alumni coordinator at times and more of advisory council at times. And I think this is something that should be clarified as soon as possible, because it's confusing for the network who they are addressing, if they are addressing the person as an alumni coordinator or as an advisory council. And maybe that's something we should change. We need to discuss about that, if that makes sense to have the position as a separate position, or to have a third member of the AC.
Actually, Dana raised the question, and I actually tend to a certain answer. I see the alumni coordinator taking more the care of really alumni community and being somehow maybe a little bit managed by us, and but we will take all the burden of the advisory. Also because the people that have approached me up to now for alumni coordinator, I have the right profile for that system, depending on their experience and the type. But of course, this is to be put in question again when we will actually elect the person at NA1 in October.
All right, thank you very much again. So next up, we're gonna have a coffee break, although I would like to propose a teeny tiny change to the agenda to make the coffee break 15 minutes instead of 20. Anyone opposing to that? No, okay, so we'll see each other. What? Well, if you're opposing, yeah, okay, so we're voting on that. Amazing. All right. My thought behind it was, until you are back in the room, it's gonna be 20 minutes anyways. I just don't want to make it half an hour, because last time it was half an hour. But never mind, we're voting. So who is for yes, shortening the coffee break to 15 minutes instead of 20? Yes, up now, please. All right. 0 yes. No. Quite a few. All right.
Yeah, 12.
12. No votes. Thank you. And abstains. What? Okay. All right. Never mind. 13. Okay. Then we see each other.
We welcome you back. Have a seat. Thank you.
Please take your seats. We would like to start again. People, please. Could we continue? We're trying to let this end at a reasonable time. Everyone, please take their seats again. We would like to continue. First up, we had one request about the voting devices and the name tags that you please, thank you, that you would please leave them here in the plenary room and not take them back to the accommodation, so that they are here tomorrow. So name tags and voting devices, please leave them here after the plenaries. Second, there was a change proposed to the agenda. Could I have, where's Serena? No, but she was proposing to change to the agenda.
Just after the OC for NA1 presentation. So instead of having the amendment discussion at the end of the day at 7 p.m. when we are very tired, maybe we can do it earlier.
All right, everyone understood what was proposed? Does anyone oppose to this change to the agenda? No, okay. So the agenda has been changed. We're doing the OC of NA1 presentation now. What? All right, so we do the OC presentation for NA1 now, then the SOS amendment by ESN Neuchâtel, and then we will have strategy presentation. Okay, or not presentation, but whatever you have there. All right, so please go ahead.
If you're planning to leave tonight, please come back to me to bring me back the lanyard, the name tags, because if I don't have it back, you need to send it back to me after the NA. And if you have any member of your section that do not have it, please send it. Please send the person to me so I can give it to him. That's it. Thank you.
Right. So I would ask the OC of the NA1 to join me here, and we have the presentation now.
Right. Hello, everyone. What's going on? Candidates during an NA? Didn't see that coming since a long time. Anyway, yes, there is an OC candidacy for the next NA coming from ESN EPF, ESN EPF Lausanne and ESN Lausanne. So we have ESN EPFL and there is less from ESN.
So as you said, it's been unusually a long time for ESN not having an NA organized. So we are being candidates for the next NA. And as you're supposed to see, as you can see on this picture, we have two big sections very motivated to organize our next NA. So, and with people going, quitting ESN in the summer, we will have a lot of newbies, and we would like to have this NA to really have them really join the ESN family, ESN atmosphere, and yeah, it will be a great opportunity for them to get to know ESN as newbies, and also we'll have a lot of staff for the event to organize it with us.
But also a lot of support for you. And one thing that I said in the application that I wanted to do is to collaborate with the chairing team in order to create a section showcase part where every section could bring some pictures from their events, picture from their committee, goodies, anything that they can present their section, because during the NS usually you need people, but you don't really know what the section are doing, and I think it's a bit sad. And I could see it in some other NOs, so I want to implement that as well. So what will be in Lausanne and not in a chalet, as I said in my application, because it was a bit complicated. With most of the chalet were already fully booked, and the one we could rent were not suitable for NA, so we decided at the end that we'll do it in Lausanne. So where you will sleep in the youth hostel in Lausanne, breakfast included, and all the plenaries will be at the EPFL. And the social program will be held on Saturday at La Blanche Maison, so it's the same party place that we went 3 years ago in 2019, the last time we did it. And it will be happening on October 14th to 16th. So you can already save the date. So for once, we know the date in advance. Great. And what's the theme? Welcome to Scandi and Navia. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, it was an idea I had since 2 years, even before applying for names. So I have a lot of ideas how to make the Scandinavian culture during an NA. So I will keep some surprises for you for the NA, so I will not go too far away, but you will have, like, for example, fika instead of coffee break. So I will not. Yeah, oh yeah. Yeah, I know, but the joke was not working.
So for head of OC, we have Axel, current NEM, but no, not anymore, but current LR in EPFL, and also Marine, R and secretary at UNIL, and communication.
Yeah, I can do it. I forgot it was me, but needed to do it. Yeah, so there is a miss, so there's a head of OC in the side of EPFL. So what I've done the 4th semester as event manager in EPFL, and 1 year national event manager at ESN Switzerland, and now I have been elected local representative for next year, so it's great. And Marine in the unit side did 1 semester of event manager as well. She did 1 year of presidency of ESN UNIL. She did 1 year of HR manager in ESN UNIL, and she has been a communication manager at ESN Switzerland for 1 year, finishing tomorrow as well.
And also Alistair is a newbie at UNIL, a very, very motivated UNIL. So he's the treasurer for this NA. So
they already started to think about some things, and it's also applying for the treasurer of our section. So, and for the rest of you see the currently for the rest of this, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Since we didn't have that much time for this presentation, we are already a little bit over, but I would like to give you the possibility to ask questions. So we're opening the speakers list, but I would ask you to be really short in question and answer. Thank you. Dana.
Yes, in Switzerland. I'm super glad to see potentially Guinea coming back to Japan. One issue with the place for the social event in Lausanne, in that place, 3 people finished in the hospital. The other one was on the way to that place. Make sure about security measures.
Say, I mean, I will try to be careful to wax everywhere so nobody can be injured. No, but it's a joke, of course. No, yeah, it's not really dangerous.
Schneeb, question goes with the sustainability guidelines of the certain sustainability guidelines, or do you have a minimalist budget maybe in mind because of increased price because of use hostel or something like that? Yeah. See that you have a use hostel. I expect this to be more expensive than sleeping in a bunker. Does that have an impact on what you can do for sustainability?
So budget-wise, we plan to use subvention from each side 3,000. So in total, it will be 9,000 subventions. So I think cheap, even if we are staying at the hostel, it's way more expensive than bunkers because bunkers are not possible anymore in Lausanne. So of course, we'll go as much as possible with the sustainability guidelines. I know them because I've been them, so I need to send them to the section. So yeah, we will try to read, but we don't restrain, of course, for everything. I mean, but with the like, if there is one thing we really want to do with the film that like implies, for example, a bit of meat, one of the dinner on Saturday, we want to give the possibility to the city to do what they want, but we will try, of course, to do as much as possible for also all the other points. Cool.
Oliver from ESN Lucerne. I bring all my Norwegian friends since I'm in exchange in Norway next semester.
You can join the ESN section and ask to be international guest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Chantal, go ahead.
Chantal is in Switzerland. It's a follow-up question to Oliver. Do you consider having international guests from that region specifically and helping you out for the social program, for example? Like more implementing them into DNA in the social program than just having international guest presentations?
Okay, so for the international guests to join the event, of course I will. I will try to contact the people I know now from the different tables in Norway, Sweden, Finland, Denmark, and see if some are interested to join. For the social program, we will see. It will depend what my OC, my animation OC wants to do. Depending on that, we can see if some international guests would be interesting to join in. But for the organization, it will be difficult because it needs to be done way before. And so it will be more like for animating maybe something than organizing something.
All right. There's another question. Still, if there's no other question after you, I would propose to close the speakers list. Are there any objections? Wait,
sorry.
Just 1 second. That's okay. Speakers list is closed.
Is it the ESN Lugano? Just curiosity, why this scheme and why you said that you thought three years ago about this scheme? Like, which of the
Okay, so the main reason is that I did my exchange in Scandinavia, in Stockholm, and I really enjoyed it. And when I came back in ESM in Lausanne, there was a lot of people that did the same exchange as me, like in Scandinavia. For example, Yas, that went also to Stockholm at the same time as me. So Celine later in Copenhagen. There is too many people. So we tried to do an OC 2 years ago, but after with COVID, we decided to not apply. And for example, we already discussed a bit of the things that we could do. And so that's why we wanted to do this thing.
Okay, thank you. Oh, thank you very much for that. All right, next up is the SOS amendment by ESN Neuchâtel. Please come to the stage. Okay, so hi everyone. So for those who don't know me, I'm Sandrine. I'm the co-president and treasurer of ESN Neuchâtel, and I am representing ESN Neuchâtel and their amendment, which is also supported by ESN Geneva, ESN Unil, ESN Winterthur, ESN Zurich, and Dana. Just for reasons of transparency, I just wanted to come back to the fact that I applied for a section manager during the first VS election. I wasn't elected. I mean, I'm very happy for you. I know that you can have this possibility, but maybe some of you can think that it might be an act of revenge. I mean, I have better to do with my time than to. So it's really because already before the NL restructuring, I saw some issues, and now with the election, I saw some more issues. So that's why ESN Neuchâtel is presenting this amendment. So quickly to go over the NL restructuring, I mean, you've already seen it during the day, but the thing was to have fixed national board members, and then that each national board member can be a team leader of BS positions. So each national board would have a team of BS members. So
we think that the restructuring was a really good idea, but that it still has some issues. So the things we agree on and we really liked is about defining the 7th position on the national board, that now each BES member belongs to a national board member. So there's more also collaboration between the national board and the BS. And so that remained the same, that the sections vote for the board, national board at the NA2. And this is still the case now. Now, the thing we want to discuss here today is about the sections previously voted for the BS at the NA2. And now it's the national board that is voting for the board support. So the aim of the amendment is to go back for just only this point. So all the other points we believe it's a good idea. We want to keep it, but it's just really that one, and we want to return the responsibility of voting for the BS to the local sections. Okay, this was funny me. Okay, so why is that? What are our concerns? So our concerns already began before we voted on the national level restructuring. So those are also concerns that appeared during the community weekend in Königs, the second one. So we talked mostly about board support positions that are really close to sections, such as a national event manager or a section manager. Those are really positions that work closely, as you have known and as you have experienced, especially for the national event manager with whom you worked a lot for intersection events. And so we believe it's really important that the sections have a say for those people because they will be working closely with them. We also spoke about conflict of interest during the community weekend with if the national board is mostly composed of members of one specific section, that could be problematic if there are different candidates for one position and one member being from that specific section. Then, I mean, there could be some friendship things, and I mean, you would vote for your own section. So the candidate, the election would be biased in that sense. And the advisory council also came up with the point that if someone of the national board applies for board support, which actually happened during the EBS election, there might be a conflict of interest because, well, the national board member is voting for themselves. And also, I mean, they're already friends with other people of the national board, so that can also be a conflict of interest. Then, okay. Then we also believe that it's also contrary to the philosophy of DNL, also of the NB, saying that we should decrease the collaboration between the national level and the sections. And we believe that this is against this collaboration because it removes us from our rights to vote. And also, I mean, as Swiss citizens, and I mean, in Switzerland, democracy is really an important thing. So I think we should also apply it in SN Switzerland. So that's for before. Then during the election, so several things happened. So first of all, only 4 members voted because only 4 NB members were elected at that point. So actually what happened was that only 4 people voted for persons that will affect the whole network. I'm talking about mostly the national event manager and the section manager, which have a huge impact or should have a huge impact on sections. So only 4 members actually voted for those people. And then, so this is actually a concentration of decision power with no sufficient external control because the NB election, the BS election was done
So the DNB members, they came together. So it was an online event for those who don't know. It was online, so mostly with the participants and the NB members, also AC members, and one or two section members that came. And so actually DNB members went in a separate room to discuss about why they choose who. And there was no control, no external control in this group, in this discussion group, to actually check if everything was going well. So that's also a problem. And then we have seen that there was not enough information from the NBLEC members. Some forgot to read the task description of some positions. Others didn't read all the candidacies, so that those are also huge problems which happened. And after the election, so there was a real lack of transparency. The NB didn't give a feedback, an official feedback to the sections, which should happen, because it's for people electing BS members. So sections should have a feedback about that, an official feedback. And also there was no evaluation and consultation on the process with the sections. So the sections couldn't give a feedback about how it went, or if they agree with it, etc. Also, what we found is that there was actually no fixed criteria which was there to determine if a participant was good enough or not for the position. So it's also lacking of voting criteria. So that's it for most of our concerns. And so if you want to check the amendment, I mean, it's on the agenda. You can also scan it. Thanks. So that's a link to the amendment. And so basically, here you have a copy of it. What we want to do is mainly erase the fact that the NB is voting, but that the sections would be voting. And so we would keep the flexibility we have right now. So being able to let DNB members choose if they need or not BS positions. And then there would be an online or physical event where the sections, 3/4 of the section should be present to vote for the BS candidates. And then here from 7 to 12, it's actually, we took again the things that usually happen when we have an NB, so that there should be a quorum, what we do if there is an equality between two participants, etc. So this is really, we just copy paste what is already there for the NB election. And also said that since the sections are in charge of, if it's accepted, since the sections are in charge of electing DBS, DNA should have also the competency to discharge DBS. So I guess that's it for my presentation. Thank you for your attention. Well, let's have a discussion now. Thank you. All right. I'm opening the speakers list. Okay. So thank you, Juan. First Oliver, then Lucia, then Selena, then Schnipp, and yeah, sorry.
I know it. I don't have to necessarily go first. But you guys can go first. No. No, you I don't know. Oliver.
I think it makes sense that someone could represent the DNB and has also the ability to answer the questions for the audience in the same format as you would have to respond to.
Yeah.
What do you think?
I would be for that. think there was some here, but I don't know. Who wants to ask a question?
Lucia, Serena, and Luigi. Nicola. Yeah, as well. Selena.
Like that's why I'm like, let's start.
Please.
Okay, so my question, Oliver, yes, and sorry. So I have kind of a common question, and it's kind of to say with it. I find the current system that the has is disadvantages. So your proposal also has advantages and disadvantages. What I think would maybe a better solution is we do a middle ground between the two. And so I propose something where, it sounds dumb, but it's true. We do something like the referendum initiatives that we can do in Switzerland. That we basically, when we say, for example, the sections do not like an NP, like a board support election, that they can say if half the sections are also against it, they can basically make a referendum, and then you have to re-elect that person or that position at an NA, which would mean then we wouldn't have to elect every single board position, but only the ones that are like touchy or whatever. So yeah, that's kind of my.
Just to be clear on that, are you like talking about an amendment to the amendment now, or are you just
It's just
a train of thought?
Yeah, just
okay.
a strain
Okay.
of comments.
Just checking. Just checking.
No worries. I don't have time for
reaction.
That's interesting that, sorry, Dana, yes, in Switzerland. It's interesting that you make this proposal because it was at the time of the restructuring, it was also made by the AC and the alumni, basically. They made this proposal, then they came again on it. They said, no, not a good idea, because basically you voting against the person. Then if like the national board agrees on 1%, then the section make a referendum against one person. And that's never a very positive image to make a referendum against one person. So while it could work in theory, in practice, I don't think it could produce very good results for like the feeling of the candidates as well.
The referendum per se for me wouldn't be against the person, but against the vote.
I actually also thought of it, the discussion that we had with the previous advisory council members. Anyways, even if we give back the position, the power of the vote to the sections, the NB has always a lot of power in the sense that they define the position. So the NB will always have the power to tailor a position so much that it fits exactly one person, the person that they want to work with. That's the system it is, as it is. So what I think we could do, I go a little bit in the same direction as Oliver, by suggesting that we should have an appointment from the NB of the BS members that they would like to, that they would see for the position, and then have a confirmation at the NA by the section.
Yes.
Yes, Switzerland. So this also came up in the consultation, but we thought about it again, and team made the proposal for the now restructuring, and it didn't make sense for us because in the end, what we wanted is a shift in the responsibilities. So basically, the BS is responsible towards the NB, is accountable towards the NB, and the NB is accountable towards the sections. And having the sections confirm the election would shift back that responsibility or accountability of the board support towards the sections again. So just to be consistent in our train of thought, we put it on the side, but it's a valid comment and could be also one way to reach a middle ground if that's what the sections want.
Your turn with the question. No, it's your turn with the question, Shane. That was a question.
I will share Switzerland. Question, something that was brought up in the presentation. You said that certain members of the NB elect were not prepared enough. In what way? How was this known? Was this declared by someone? It was kind of confusing.
Yeah, so there was no feedback given. The people who did it told me. So I told about it to Jas afterwards, and I was hoping that he would take action to tell the NB members to correct those mistakes. And I actually had no official feedback on that. I had no feedback on that, so I don't know if that has been taken into account or not during the so.
Johannes has a reaction.
Very quick reaction, Johannes, ESNFHW. Very quick reactionary question. How would someone being elected by the local section solve the problem of a person being not prepared?
That's a question.
Then it's a rhetorical question.
Rhetorical question. That's fine. I'll take rhetorical question. Yes. Yes.
Yeah, so to quickly clarify, yes, and Switzerland. So to clarify, we did have a feedback session in an NB call. We went through the whole BS elections, the organization, the procedures, etc. A lot of things came up. So just in general, we did talk about it. So it's not that there was no feedback, but what we did is that in the NB we had, or in the NL, we had this feedback. We mentioned in the annual report what we discovered as issues, what we identified, and what are the recommendations for the next NB and NL. And this is basically how we transmitted this to the network, not via an official message regarding the BS elections itself, but rather through our conventional ways, which are the evaluation at the end of the year, and also through a feedback session within an NB call, which anyone can attend, of course, as well.
Thank you. Serena?
Yes, Serena is in Geneva. Thank you, something for your presentation. I think you for you the amendments, like in the text, at point 11 and 12, you end the phrase saying the sections decide how to proceed. So for example, if none of the candidates reaches the necessary majority during the second vote, the sections decide how to proceed.
for me, it's really unclear. I mean, how do they decide when, who takes a decision? I'm a bit
Yeah, so as I said, I think it's the part in green that I added, right? It's all in green. Yeah. So actually, as I said, we took the version of the NB elections during DNA. So if that's an issue, then that's also an issue regarding the NB election. So yeah, actually, it's the same as the NB election. So the procedure would be the same. So.
So I'm not sure how you named it there,
Laura,
but
please.
Oh, sorry, Laura VP. I think for the NB election, it says that at the NA, the sections decide how to proceed. I'm not sure now if that's written there too.
It's 11.
11. So with that, that it has to be at NA, so that would make the difference, and there, so that we would know it has to be at the NA.
I'll just clarify maybe. So basically, in that case, at an NA, what could be done is that, okay, we don't have the majority, we have a discussion at the NA. How to proceed? Do we do, for example, another round of vote? We could, if the NA wants to do that, we can do that again. But that's the thing. At the NA, the sections choose what way could determine the outcome of this vote. The NB can always provide different solutions, but at the end, it's the sections that that chooses the right way or the.
So yeah, Dana is in Switzerland. We actually wrote that part when we reviewed and translated, and that's to avoid to have the case when you have like a second round, and then there are still candidates included in third round, fourth round, and here the NA basically consult and decide, okay, now we have like one vote, or it's usually done for elections like this to avoid having several rounds when you have like more than two candidates, for example.
Next on the speakers list. Could we have the speaker, or could you somehow share it with me as well? Thank you.
So Nicolas from UCN Geneva. So first, I just would like to say that I was not part of the discussion about it was the previous talk. So first, I agree that the section should have the right of vote for the board support positions, but I think there are several issues with the amendments, as Serena told, and also the other points that we will not list. So yeah, it's not really a question, it's more that I think we should take more time to propose more precise amendment, and yeah, take maybe the time of the summer and propose something new to the NA1 in Lausanne, maybe, because the election will have will be in NA2, so we have some time yet to propose something better, I guess. So that's my point.
Yeah, we have a reaction from Sandrine and then from Laura. First, yeah. So Nico, I totally agree that, I mean, that's a proposition that I made. I'm sure it can be improved. The thing is, the next BS election will happen before NA1. And for now, DNB doesn't have like constructed plan and criteria and stuff like that, because there's a whole thing to create, and also in the email you got about the answer to the amendment was written that there needs to be consultations with the section, etc. And during the community weekend 1, during the NA1, to really create something which is fair to the participants and which is fair to the sections. So that's why I was proposing the amendment already now, such that the sections can vote now. And if there's a better possibility coming up afterwards, I'm glad.
Yeah, just to, so if the amendment is accepted, it will mean that not all the board support position will have the same election. I mean, the one part of the board support will be elected from with the previous procedure, and the other part with the new one. So it's a bit weird, I guess.
Thank you. Sorry, Lara, VP and Switzerland. As I saw it in the presentation now, you suggest to put the ES elections back to NA2. That would, but that's how it was written. Can you go back to the presentation? Can you go to that? Because there it says the NB sections vote for the BS at NA2, and you said you want to go back to what was before. So when you presented this part, you said, yeah. Okay. Okay, then my reaction is invalid.
No, a reaction. A reaction, Elena, national treasurer, to because I don't know if you understand, like you understood fully. It's like all the position will be all the BS position will be, if these passes will be elected by section, not some.
No, but there is already been elections.
The rest, that's what you meant. Sorry, so sorry. Okay.
I mean, so it would have happened because we have voted for the restructuring of the national level. So it happened, it happened. And now the thing is really to have a system which works better and is more respectful. I mean, it's better for the participants and is made in a more adapted way. So I know it will be weird because I mean it can be seen as weird because they won't be elected by the same people. But I mean it's because of the procedure, and I don't think we should not vote for the amendment just because it wouldn't be similar, but more think about what would that bring to the next candidates if it's better for them to be voted by the NB or by the sections.
All right, next up. No, yeah. And then
okay. David, ESN EPFL. Thank you for your amendment. And I got a question, or more like a case that could happen. What if someone, if we take the case of the board support getting elected by the sections, what happens if the member, the national board member, simply refuses to work with the board support, which can happen in some cases?
I also thought about that, and I was thinking, I mean, the national board member, the team leader can always like write something to the sections to also give their opinion. I was also thinking there could be another option where the NB also has a vote, so the sections plus DNB has a vote,
because I also want to involve the most the DNB too, because I don't think we should exclude them, because it would go against national level and sections collaboration. But yeah, it would be great to also think about something that really includes also the national board in the discussion. I hope that answered it.
So, Schnee, no, were you first?
Same reaction. Julian, yes, and Lugano. It was basically my question also. So, yeah, okay, it's a better question, but what do you think of giving a veto to the board so that in case they have a clashing personality, they could veto? Yeah, maybe I'm not, yeah.
Oh, that's really something we should. Yeah.
Yeah, no, so okay, yeah, let's keep it for asking. So yeah, sorry.
Okay. Yeah, I mean I really get that, and I mean that never happened in ESN. Well, I mean not from what I know, and I don't know if that happens in the whole ESN network. If veto is really something that goes with the principles of ESN, but I mean it could be something which we could discuss about to also include but to be honest, I haven't thought about that, but good addition. Thank you.
Yeah, Axel, yes, MCH. So I wanted to react from the question before. I think we can still have this problem even if if the president doesn't want to work with the project manager, for example, it's the same. So I don't think it's that relevant.
All right, thank you. Then next, Dana, your question. Oh gosh.
Then I is in Switzerland. So again, thank you for the amendment, which I support, as mentioned. And the reason that I support this, honestly, is because I think, as you mentioned, and there's going to be a question coming, but I think that the current system has its issue that I contributed to also create during the restructuring. It has its issue, and it's normal, it's a change. We made a big change and it's going to have issues. Now we need to recognize that it has these issues and act on it. If we don't act on it now, basically what happens is that the next PS election that you mentioned are going to happen before the next year. So like during the summer, if we open position now, are going to have the same system. We're not going to have time to come up with a good solution. We're not going to consult the sections and find the perfect solution that's going to avoid the issues that were mentioned in 2 months. My question, and I'm coming to it, is, there was a question. My question, and coming to it, is to Sandrine. Do you think that there is still a way for the NB to vote for the BS positions? Another way?
Then those we talked about, yeah. Well, I mean, as I already said it. I mean, if the NB really have like something solid that we can rely on, that they really say how they did things, that they are transparent towards us, that they really give feedback, etc. I mean, it might work. I don't know. We haven't tested it. That DNB votes again for the yes, but now I'm confident that this is not there and that it really needs time to develop, and that maybe one day it will be developed enough to go back to that, to DNB voting.
We have a reaction from Joseph and then from Lucia.
Just a quick reaction to Dana. You mentioned that the issue, if it's not voted on now, that means the current system that has pros and cons is going to continue on the summer. But this whole discussion has just pointed out, even in the amendment, there's pros and there's also cons. So it could be that there is no perfect solution at the moment, but you cannot resolve it by saying, all right, we're going to replace it by another system which also has flaws. That was the way the action I got down. Thank you.
Lucia, then yes, then done. No.
I have
Lucia, yes, in Switzerland. I have a question regarding what was said
Why,
about.
Lucia?
Huh?
I thought you had a reaction.
It was reaction question.
No, we don't.
But it was.
I'm sorry, I need to do this. Otherwise, it's gonna be a complete mess. If you have a question,
It's a question.
please be added to the speakers list. And then Yas can react now, and Dana can react, and then we can continue. I'm sorry. Yes. Otherwise, it's not working.
So yeah, I wanted to also react. I think I did not elaborate a bit on what we see as potential issues, potential solutions, and what could be done. So a lot of things that were pointed out were mostly organizational issues. There's one thing that I think could not be like resolved entirely by the next BS elections, which are the voting criteria. But for the rest, in terms of organizational settings, etc., we've had a first try, and as I mentioned, with every change, there comes an adaptation phase. There are things that we did not think about, didn't think through, and that happen. It's okay. What we need to do is identify them and work on them. So we as ND decided to not bring forward an amendment to this NA because we wanted to have this discussion, see where we stand, because in the end, if you reject the amendment, you're giving us the responsibility to act on what the situation is at the moment. And I can guarantee that we already have things in mind. So we already had an amendment that we started drafting for this. So a lot of things related to the preparedness of the ND elect or the ND that was already thought about when we talked about this. We want to have like a preparation meeting, so let's take that as an NB election. NB election is the sections voting. The sections decide amongst themselves, like inside the section, how they want to vote, and this is the preparation meeting of section. So we're gonna do basically kind of a same. We can do a similar thing on the national level, just to go through the candidacies together, maybe with the AC as well, that kind of stuff, to make sure that everyone's on the same page. Of course, without biasing everyone's opinion. That's also another issue. Another thing is about giving the time between the end of the open call and the actual elections for the candidates to prepare themselves, for the ND to prepare themselves as well. So that's number two. We can have also, in terms of voting procedures, there are a lot of things that could be, taken again from the ND elections, and this is where I actually agree on with the amendment, the things that were copy pasted from the ND elections about like voting for multiple people and what happens at the end. This also can be done. And one other thing is the fact that sometimes we don't have a full ND, and we realize that. It's also a possibility that we discuss later on. Maybe if we don't have a full ND or a specific number, or like more than half of the ND is not elected, then maybe we give back the voting right to the sections at that moment. And then until the moment that we have a full ND, the full 7, then maybe we can vote on it again. So maybe we have only a president at ND2. That does not make sense. So yeah.
Yes, I know it's a lot of ground to cover, but please keep it short. Thank you. Dana, then I don't stop simply.
Reaction to what Yusuf mentioned before.
Yeah, coming back to it.
You mentioned that, yes, if we say no to this, and if you say yes to this, there are still some issues with this amendment. But I disagree with this, because this is basically the status quo that was here before the restructuring. It's the safest solution. It's the sections voting as they have done so far for the BS. No transparency issue,
they decide the voting criteria within themselves. That's democracy of having the members voting on it. And this is solving, at least in my opinion, temporarily the solution. Then what Jasper mentioning, I completely agree. We need to define this voting criteria, etc. But that takes time. And you can't do that in one summer until the next PS election and just say, let's try to have a call with before as a preparative call. And that doesn't solve things, because then people could still vote based on their own opinion. Like the biggest issue for me is these voting criteria that are not very clear at all. And then the NB cannot explain why a certain person was voted or not. The section don't need to do that, but the NB as a small entity has to do it.
All right, Laura and Sandrine, and no, I just also understanding about what you said. So you were saying that if DNB isn't enough, it would be the sections that vote, and if DNB is enough, or did I misunderstood it? Misunderstand it?
That's if we're saying that only one person was that makes sense. To have just one person.
Yeah, but where would you set the limit? When would
That's
it
the
be
thing.
enough?
That's why I said I would not impose that now.
We're having a dialogue here. I'm sorry. If we start doing this, it's not gonna work. So, as something asked your question, it was a yes or no question, and we continue the comment. No. My question was, where is the limit?
And we cannot. Yes. We cannot define it ourselves. We can propose it for sure. But this is the thing. We can say this is a proposal that we can do later on, that we can consult on afterwards. This is not a solution that we implement directly. This is something that we're going to be given up to consultation. This is what we stated in the letter that's just can be enacted already during summer, like things, organizational things, etc. Very least, and then the things that really need consultation, we got up to consultation. So,
Okay, you said you said before that like less than the half of the NB is really small, but even more than half of the NB, because the NB there are 8 people, so even if you are seven, so even if you are 4, like it was the case this time, it's really only a small panel of people. So I think it couldn't be representative of everyone.
okay, very quick. So this yes, Switzerland, we don't define the voting criteria, right? But if hopefully we have full MD, we'll have 7 people voting at the next PS elections. So that's also that diversifies the opinions and also the votes. So for now, we hope that this situation will be resolved, and then by the next MD, we will have something set that would have the whole entire mandate to work, so that we would, in the case that we have not enough ND members, then but in any case, by the next year, we would have something.
No? Yes, thank you. Before we continue with the questions, not what you expect is coming. We are already pretty much over time. We have another point on the agenda that lasts 60 minutes, and at some point we want to eat, and he expects me to know when we're going to do that. So I'm a little bit in the verge here. So we have several options. Either we ask them whether it's possible to cut the session afterwards for like half an hour. Then we have another half an hour to deal with this now, and we eat around 7:30, or any other solution that we can come up with, because I It's up to you how you can cut your three-year strategies.
Okay. So maybe a proposal from my side. So there are two parts for the three-year strategy. There's a part where we evaluate the current one. This one, I can just send you the document, because it's not it's not a vote. It's not a voting document in the end. So, but you need to know still how the current three-year strategy happened. So you can always come to us afterwards if you have any questions, or open for that. So we can cut it to half an hour. We have the poster session, and then people can come to us, and then afterwards we can still be open as well to questions, etc., to respond to anything. But I think we still need space now to discuss this, because it's essential, I think, for.
All right. So the thing would be that if we cut the three-year strategy in half and are not going to stop the discussion now, that we would have dinner about half an hour later than it's actually planned, which means 7:30, not at 7. Since we kind of some time back from the standing order proposal or SS proposal moving upwards, it would change again, and we need to vote on that. So, is everyone aware of what this change would mean now? Everyone that's voting as well? Just to clarify once again, we would continue half an hour more with this issue or topic, however you want to call it. Then we would have half an hour for the three-year strategy and eat around 7:30. Okay, clear? All right. So, does anyone oppose to the change to the agenda? This change to the agenda. Are you opposing? Okay. So the change to the agenda has been approved. OC, did you hear that? 7:30, is that okay? Thank you. And then, so now we're continuing with Johannes.
Yes, thank you. Johannes, SNFHW. I would like to bring a different issue into this discussion. And that one would be of the effort and the effort that would be created with this action, which would add to the agenda of existing NAs, and which would also mean that the whole process of actually getting board support in working condition would just be, it basically would mean to maximize bureaucracy for positions that are not really in the forefront, because there's still board support. And I would like to know if you think that this amount of effort is worth it.
Yeah, so come back to what you said about DBS position being less important than or like less
less on the forefront.
Less in the forefront. So yes, it's less in the forefront, but you don't have to forget that those positions are also really important for the network, and also that how they decided which ones would be in the NB and which ones would be in the DBS was based on. I mean, probably you will be more would better that you explain how you decide how to select which ones on the NB or DBS. And from what I know, how difficult it was, for example, for them, it was also because NB members have to go to a meeting every 2 weeks. And for example, for the NEM, that would be even a job more, and the NEM already has like a lot of things to do. So that was one main reason why NEM was included in the NB. So it's not based on the importance or the front. It's they also have really important tasks regarding the sections. I don't know if you want to explain better, or I don't know if that's.
Solomon Kumar, it's not gonna work. And also I would ask you if you're not speaking into the cube, hold it away from the speaker, otherwise we have this like.
Put in the under the t-shirt.
Selim, I would like to ask a question. So almost the same question for both of you, but I hope that it will help a bit also recenter a bit the debate around exactly what we are going to vote on tomorrow, because we heard a lot of issues about what we could do better and a lot of things we're not going to vote on tomorrow. So I think for really what I understand from the amendment, maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think we have the question of who do we want to see voting for the board support position? Do we want the sections to vote like it was before this year, or do we want the newly elected national board like it was implemented this year? So my question would be to Sandrine, why do you think sections are better to vote for the board support position? And yes, why do you think the NB is in a better position to vote for the board support position?
So thank you for your question and for recentering the debate. So yeah, I think about board support positions that are working very closely with the sections, that it's really important that the sections have the right to vote. But then I also discussed with the alumni coordinator so about the NB voting, maybe also for other BS positions, because there are some BS positions for example, SWEC that doesn't have a close relationship with the sections. So I also discussed this with Dana at first, like, should we give back the responsibility of voting for the BS for all the BS positions or just for some of them? But then we didn't know exactly which ones to include or not. So that could also be a discussion that we can have afterwards about thinking if all BS positions should be voted by the sections or only some of them, etc. So that would also be an important discussion to have.
Okay. So in the national level restructuring, we started discussing what we would envision for the national level on the short, medium, long term, and how we want to envision this and what we want to, how we want to work within the national level. And one thing that came up is that we have to think about the national level maybe as a section. Let's take it like that. So in a section, maybe you have the board, and the board also has sometimes a team that supports them, right? I'm mainly thinking about, I don't know, communication team, something like that, that takes care of like some tasks, or that the communication manager can delegate to or can work closely with. That's one example. And this is one way to see it. In this case, the communication manager on a national level could choose the person that they're going to work with, because I mean it's their team in the end. And that's in the section. You don't necessarily do this election also for the people in the team, right? So there's that point of view. And also what we wanted is that we wanted to have a maximum of flexibility. That was one of the main points of like shifting the different responsibilities and accountability to the NB. So yeah, I think these are everything to but there are many more that we can develop.
Do you have
Hey, Danny from. Yeah, sorry. Yeah. So what you're saying basically is that you want to choose your own friends. That's what I understand. Less. I mean, exaggerating a little bit, but like you say, you want to choose the people that you work with. That's what you said. But in my opinion, in an association, it's not about the people, it's about what you do, right? Yeah. I think we as an association structure, and you have also, like if you have a department, you can't just choose anybody. Like sometimes a newbie is not the best you have to work with you. So I think from the national level, you can't really you can how do you say, like yeah, you can expect them to work with anybody because the people are usually motivated. Sorry.
Okay. Yes, we do. So first Oliver and Yusuf, and then yes.
Oliver from ESN Lucerne, on the comment of what just Danny said. It's the concept of voting your own friends into the board is like ridiculous because it's just, that's not what it's about. Also in a big company, a CEO says, okay, I want in my management team, I want this and this person. Like a factory worker can't say, oh no, I don't agree with this. I want to change, or I want to vote on who runs the company I work in. It's just like, it doesn't happen. And I think this is, so yeah, I don't know where I'm going with this, but yeah, it's just ridiculous.
Yusuf, and I would ask you to stay respectful, please, to the comments and questions raised by others. So Yusuf is next.
Yeah, but it's also just a disrespect telling the board that they're voting in their friends.
It's
Just
over exaggerated, but it's still a valid point. If someone thinks that they have to make this point, I would ask you to please stay respectful in your speech when commenting on someone else's comment. Yusuf, you're up next.
Thank you for your comment. Jason Lugano and be elect. Just one of the points I wanted to make was one of the reasons you elected us as the NB elect is using of our role. Capacity is the ability to have professionalism. So part of that professionalism is I know who my friend is. I know, yes, maybe I could work with my friend better, but that does not mean I find them suitable for the role. Thus does not mean I choose them. And I would assume that's part of your criteria for choosing the NB elect rather than anything else. Clear?
Yes, you were first. Yes was first, then Dana, then.
Yeah, I mean, to clarify what I said, it's not one person choosing. It's still democratic, still multiple people voting, and it's not, oh, I want this person, so we're only going to vote for this person. It's a democratic process.
Dana?
Yes, Danny is in Switzerland. I want to react to what has been said until now. And I think Danny is raising a very important issue is that, yes, you have trusted with this, but as we saw, there has been some issues. And the fact that there are, again, I'm coming back to my voting criteria here because I think this is the most important. If you have clear voting criteria, you avoid that issue. You can have the NB voting for people, and then they justify what this has been done because this person has this and this experience, because this person has this and this competency. So you avoid the point that you're voting for your friend. But the way that it currently is has this very, very big risk that someone votes because they have either because it's your friend or because it's your friend and you don't want people to think that it's your friend. It's a risk. And we should avoid that. And to avoid that, you need clear voting criteria. Now, so reverting back to the section voting is still the best solution for now.
Then something. Who's that? No.
Okay, I just wanted to come back to what you said about that we elect the NB, but actually we elect mostly the NB member because we believe the NB member has the capacity to do its task as in the position we're electing the NB member for. And we're not electing, I mean, that would be, we're mostly electing the person because we believe the person is capable of doing their position, but maybe this person isn't doesn't vote correctly. I mean, it's not two related things. It could be that they're good in their position, but then makes mistakes when it comes to voting for the BS. So the one thing doesn't also valid. So I don't think that's a
consent on their decisions on the future. You cannot choose out all their decisions. You choose a person to give that responsibility in the future to evaluate how, but you cannot choose and just decisions, giving value power. So it's a little sad, but it's something giving the trust, and you cannot give the trust and then take it in every vote. Also, I want to point out that part of the decision, the national board that are going to be outside what's happening at the moment. To create and react fast enough to how, while bringing up in every reaction that we move throughout the process. And that doesn't mean that sorry, too long.
next time. Who you are.
Sorry, Juan Jose Lucia.
Stuff are you covered? Okay. Yes. Also covered. And Oliver.
Oliver.
Maybe put it on the.
What?
But we need to start streaming, right? Now, yes, yeah, but it's going to turn off in a few seconds. So, Schneeb, candidate for advisory council. I haven't heard actually any strong opposition to the shift of responsibility that Jas was talking about, like that precise point of giving the responsibility of electing the board supporters for the NB. But I hear as concrete, like lots of voices against the way it was done. And for that reason, I think the long-term solution is indeed to have the NB at least propose. That's my analysis. And then I think we should focus on is who has the right to vote in the NB, because one of the main criticism from was the unpreparation of the candidates, which I don't really understand, but that's what she said. And sorry, yeah, that's what I wanted to say. Yeah, the preparation of the elective body and the concentration of power into few people, in that case 4. So it's true. So this time it was Jas, Laura, Elena, and Youssef who voted, and normally next time it should be 7. First preliminary question: would it be acceptable for you two, if we could ensure that every time we have a 7 voting for it? My concrete proposal there, I see 2 ways of doing that. It's either we always vote for a full NB before electing vote support positions, which might lead to delays, or we have a list of bien ensuite people. I don't know how to do that in English. It's like people that would substitute someone in the parliament. We have for example, all the members can be council. People are, no, it's true that these people could replace and be members to form a 7 people body in case these people are missing. And yeah, and then vote has always has 7 people. It has the good advantage of being 7, that it is an odd number. So if you have an equality, it's not like informally, like the vote of someone counts double.
Yes, so you don't have.
The question goes to both. Would it be an acceptable system?
You can ask. You can just ask.
You can just answer. He asked you both. It's fine. Go on, please. Go ahead.
Sorry, I always forget. Okay. Yes, in Switzerland. So that's actually a good proposal, I think. We actually briefly discussed it prior to the BS elections about the number of people like present that are voting the BS elections that happen in May, and we're like, okay, maybe we're too few. Maybe we're like having 7 board members is better. Maybe having the old board substituting for the positions that are not filled could be a solution or something like that. But then we're like, okay, well, it was too tight, and then we just didn't follow through. But that's actually, I think, a good proposal.
With the people substituting, not waiting for having an entire board.
Oh yeah, no.
Sandrine, your possibility to answer.
So I see well, different issues. First of all, I mean, the issues weren't only that what you mentioned. It's also about the BS positions that are really close to the sections, which would then also be voted by the ND only. And then also, okay, so if you take just voting at once after the NA2, then when everyone is elected, or after the NA3 when everyone is elected, what happens if there are not 7 of them, you add someone, but what would happen then to the group? I mean, normally it's a team leader, it's 7 team leaders then that are voting for the BS position, so it would just be random person voting for the BS position that have already a team leader. So it would be extra people voting.
It's not random people,
No,
it's like a clear list of
wait, please. Laura, Yusuf, and then you.
No, okay, so you would be the AC voting for having this. Okay. Okay.
No, I just turned it off.
No, the other way around, please. Can I just get the microphone for you?
Laura, ESN Switzerland. I would be in favor of having 5 people voting, and then if we don't fill it, having someone else in the list. I would not be in favor of having the waiting until 7 people, because what happens? One not filled at NA3, we need to wait until NA1. But for example, events already happen, like the next NA has to be organized, community weekends. Like a lot of work has to be done already. And if we don't have to wait for these people, I don't think it would work, because it would come back to the situation or the board person has to do the job, which is overwhelming and stressful. And with having the teams and having the position, having also the flexibility to add, we actually wanted to avoid that.
Someone the mic to Yusuf, please.
Question?
Question.
So then you went on the list.
Yeah, also mine.
And your question?
What's happening right now?
I have a question.
It was everyone else is covered, I guess.
Then because we need to wrap up on what.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Question then wrap up. Yeah.
seems like the idea of having always, I heard 5, Laura, you said 5 people always voting, but I don't know if you wanted to say 7. Okay, good. It seems like the idea of having guaranteeing that we have always 7 people who are voting for the BS election would almost be acceptable for you something, except in the case we have, except for the BS position that are very close to the sections. And I feel like you're mainly talking about a section manager.
No, also an M.
Also an M. Okay. Okay, but you need section manager and M. And okay, if we say section manager and M are always elected by the sections, and for the rest of the positions, we always need to have 7 people voting. Would you agree to withdraw your amendment to come at anyone with a proposal of who should be the people next of kin in case there are not 7 ND members?
All right. Yeah, well, Axel had a reaction and Dana had a reaction. You're covered? Okay. That's a question. Never mind. Somebody answer the question.
No, I wouldn't, because there is still no proper things that are put in place to assure that the next election would be okay. There is no criteria, no rules, nothing is defined by now, so I wouldn't retract it.
And Dana had a reaction. And Love, how about you? Okay, so then Yusuf is the only one left on the speakers list. So I would propose, he's sitting right. Then I would propose to close the speakers list after Yusuf. Any objections? No. List is closed. Yusuf, go ahead.
Come over here. I'll come this way. All right, I have a question. Okay, all right. I have a question for both of you, actually. Some of the, oh yeah, Yusuf, yes, and Val, and I'll be right. Question for the both of you was, Jeanette highlighted the issues quickly that were summarized in the presentation. And I realized a lot of these issues can be handled by simple feedback and discussion session, which the NB had, and I think we will be having more to discuss this. Do you believe that restoring back the old system will be more effective than resolving most of the issues discussed through discussions? Because from what I understood, 1 or 2 of the issues raised need to be fixed through amendments or adding to the statutes, but the rest were simply, for example, this hasn't been done, this hasn't been prepared, all of this. So this is something that can be fixed by discussions. But what do you think is more efficient, resolving most of the issues through discussions and then using the same voting method, or going back to the old voting method, then redesigning the system again, in a sense?
So to me, the good thing would be to go back to the sections voting, and if there is something that is really well prepared and really put in place and accepted by, well, I mean, by the majority of the people, of the members of the network, then we could make TNB voting. Have to really consider for which positions, which PS positions they would vote, if it's for every of them, if it's only for some of them, which criteria, what would happen, etc., which feedback would be given, have like solid thing, and then yeah, we could. I mean, I'm totally in to discuss this and to have. I mean, my objective here is that the candidates have the best. The best conditions possible when they candidate for a position. That's my objective here, to have the thing that is the most efficient and respectable. So I'm really open for. I mean, I'm open for discussions to improve it. But I think that for now, since we don't have something put in place, it's better to go back to the sections, which has worked up to now and which hasn't caused that many problems, to my knowledge, up to now.
I mean, I'm covered in the statement that we brought up, that in the end, we're doing this to have the best possible output for the network and for the national level. So of course, some changes are minor and don't really necessitate a lot of discussions in terms of the logistics of the event, etc., preparedness. But of course, for me, okay, feedback sessions, discussions with the people concerned is very valuable and very important in any in ESN Switzerland most particularly. So for me, I would keep the system and improve it rather than reverting back and then back and forth, back and forth.
That reaction from Schnipp.
Schnipp. Reaction officer. No, I stopped the jokes now. I just wanted to react to what you said, Sandrine, that the old system didn't pose any problems because board, National Board 2017, 2018, we had a team of clever guys who were the president, education officer, like kind of the core of the NB at that time, that couldn't get along with the project manager and the partnership manager at that time. And the project manager and the partnership manager got completely demotivated because they were like kind of tackled by the core of the board every single time. So personal, the ability to work together, not only, of course, the competencies are the base, but also being able to work together is very, I think it's very important.
Isidre, yes, and Lugano. Just a comment about this because I was also a candidate to BS election. Just a comment because I feel like also I was a lot of time about that. I feel like that NP knows better if I'm right candidacy more than a section opinion. Just because also during the month before you were the one to support me and I asked a lot of questions and just that. Sorry if we started without sending this comment, but it's important also to see the other candidacy viewpoint. So for this, I don't comment the other part, but it's just for this part in my opinion. That.
Wow, okay, thank you. We made it, amazing. Yay us, only 5 minutes over time, incredible. So, sorry for the OC, it's 35 now, but if you could quickly, just don't drop the mic just yet. No, but explain us how it works.
Let's go up, please. So so for the new strategy, we prepare posters where the main things are in the strategy for each team. It's not a small session. You're not going to go around like the. We're just gonna let you roam around. It's a poster session. Talk to people. Get those out of it. We're gonna let you do you because otherwise we'll have to take too much time. And so what we're gonna do, we're gonna go outside as before for the annual report, like the board updates. Each team has a certain corner, and then you just go from corner to the corner that you want. And so you'll have governance, network care and development. Governance, education and youth, communication, projects and causes, business and finance, and yeah, I don't remember. My brain does not work. And international affairs.
All
Okay,
right,
so-
before you run away, not before you run away, please don't run away just yet. I would ask the OC for the OC announcements in terms of evening stuff. No? Well, they're not coming back here anymore. You are? Yeah, okay. I thought you can do that now. Never mind. So you're coming back anyways. Never mind. See you later.
seems like half of the people are missing, I guess. Including some of the national board. Not pointing fingers or anything, but no, there they are. All right. All right, so welcome back. I hope the session was good. You look a little, okay, I got a thumbs up. That's something. All right. Since you can't stand the sound of my voice anymore, neither can I, we will wrap this up now. Before closing the video, thank you, Philip. I know I asked for it, never mind. Before wrapping this up and closing the day officially, I would ask Dana for the OC announcements, how tonight is gonna go down.
Hello, everybody. Good evening. This is your OC speaking. So, Christopher, did you enjoy lunch? Was it good? Okay. Anything we should add or change? Some requests? Very good. Yeah. Sorry. Food. Okay. The point is that we are like low in tables. So if we choose to have one more for food, there's one less for people to seat, and all the seats were occupied at some point. Okay, we will check that. Thank you. Ice cream. Okay, we have a volunteer to get ice cream. Thanks a lot. It's amazing. We will see what we can do. Okay, so for tonight, dinner will work in exactly the same way. So you just go there, serve yourself dinner, like as you're new. Then afterwards, you got time to prepare yourself for the party, which involves like your costume. And surprise, surprise, we got face paint for UV lights. So you can use it, but please just use it there. Don't bring it here. There will be no painting here. So do all the decoration and stuff there, just to keep it clean. You will find the face paint in the ground floor, right bathroom. Paint stays in there. That will be amazing. Yeah, make sure you prepare your section, your family performance. I hope you're all very prepared by now and practice a lot. There will be social program, meaning the family performances, and something for the section trophy, which I know you did not prepare, but it will be a game to win the section trophy, very important. All of this is planned to start at 9. So as soon as everybody's here, we will start. Goal is to start at 9. I know it's kind of a short time frame, so yeah, whenever you're here, starting from 9 on, we will start the social program. So it's taking place here. We need to take time. Yeah. So while we're eating, other OC members will come here and like prepare the party. So take off the chairs. So you better take all your stuff that you don't want to have here during the party to your bedrooms. Yes, please. I mean, yeah. But yeah, yeah. Okay. Maybe you can just leave all of them here.
Just bring them to the front. Bring them to me. Bring everything to me. And we'll figure it out.
Again, leave all the mugs here that were from here to be cleaned. Other questions? No? Breakfast tomorrow? That's it. Have a lot of fun. Question? No. It starts from 9 more or less. But I think that's when it starts. But yeah, 9 for sure.
Thank you, Dana. Then the only thing that is left is to officially close the day. Do you want to do the honors or should I? All right. So thank you for a day of intense discussions and
how it works. Yeah, well, a lot of talking about issues and topics and helping to learn. I'm looking forward to more about tomorrow, but for today, I officially close the first day of an A3 in Winterthur.
Bye.